Mit dem Kelleranteil kriegst du da auch noch. 800 €, das ist ja ein Schnapper.
Ja.
Zahnreinigung, 70 € oder so.
Normal, immer.
127 kostet die.
127. Das ist doch eine Krankenkasse.
Nimm meine Krankenkasse.
Doch, du hast mal geguckt bei deiner neuen, du bist jetzt privat versichert. Guck gibt es bei deiner Krankenkasse rein, das zahlt die Krankenkasse nochmal. Zweimal im Jahr zahlen sie es normalerweise.
Wo ist unter Türkheim? Ist es schlecht oder gut?
128 €.
Ja, Laura, ich hab's verstanden, was soll ich jetzt sagen? Natürlich, meine zahlt zweimal im Jahr.
Ich glaube, die Gesetz, also meine zahlt einmal im Jahr. Ich bin bei AOK. Ja.
Ja, jetzt hör auf rumzuheulen, reich's ein.
Was krieg ich für einen Stundenlohn?
Immer diese scheiß Cops, Alter.
Hey,
Was hast du gerade gefragt, Philipp? Unter Türkheim?
hä?
Unter Türkheim, Philipp fragt, ob unter Türkheim eine gute Lage ist.
Das ist halt schön am Weinbergen.
Und mich richtig schön in den Weinbergen.
Ja, da gibt's Wohnungen. Hä, aber warte mal, warum? Matze wollte doch mitspielen.
Eins der asozialsten Viertel.
Obertürkheim ist so das Schöne.
Doch, habe ich eigentlich schon, aber schon okay. Brauchst nicht Deutschen, alles gut. Nach Fellbach würde ich gern ziehen.
Sommerrhein.
Ja, in den Sommerrhein würde ich gern ziehen.
Oder auch der Steig.
In Fellbach, was du Mieten zahlen würdest, wahrscheinlich, also da gibt es nur Häuser, Johannes, das sind so Einfamilienhäuser. Da wird wahrscheinlich. Was würden die kosten? Was kosten die? Was haben die gesagt?
Was? In schlechten Zustand geht es bei 800.000 los.
Jetzt nicht kaufen.
Mieten meinst du?
Ja,
Ja.
Die vermieten es an Peasants nicht.
doch. Wenn du 4,5 zahlen kannst, vermieten sie es an dich. Ich überlegen, ich habe noch einen Kollegen abgeholt, der wohnt in Stuttgart Nord in Hanglage. Das ist tatsächlich das ist eine richtig geile Lage. Also ja, da gibt es eine Villa zu verkaufen, gerade für 3,5 Mille. Also es ist eine richtig schöne Lage und alles. Und da hat einer, da war ein Grundstück frei, da hat einer gebaut und rein zum Vermieten. Das heißt, der hat da irgendwie, ich glaube, es sind 4 oder 5 Parteien in dem Haus, was er theoretisch vermieten kann. Und der will pro Partei der irgendwie 3.200 kalt. Der hat die Dinger vermietet. Also der kriegt die vermietet.
Na gut, wenn das gute Lage ist, dann juckt das die Leute halt nicht in Stuttgart.
Ja, aber das ist halt einfach, das ist ja. Ne, das ist das Problem, dass du hier so viele Firmen hast, die gut bezahlen und deswegen die Leute, die hier halt sind, die geben halt einen Fick. Die zahlen dir jeden Preis und das ist halt. Und dann sind diejenigen wie ich, die kein Geld haben, sind dann halt die darunter leiden.
Aber ich sag mal so, außerhalb gibt es schon schöne Wohnungen. So
Deswegen
Zuffhausen.
wähle ich FDP, Johannes. Zuffenhausen, Philipp, ist auch extrem teuer.
Zuffenhausen
ist halt,
600 Neubau, 4 Zimmer, 110 Quadratmeter.
ja, aber dann wo ist es in Zuffenhausen? Dann bist du schon hinten Richtung Freiberg oder so draußen. Da ist auch wieder, da kannst du auch gleich aufs Land ziehen. Ja, das ist komplett, das ist ja das Problem. Stuttgart ist so klein, wenn du nicht in der Nähe von Stuttgart wirklich wohnst, dann, wenn du so zwischen Ludwigsburg und Stuttgart wohnst, das kannst du komplett einen Hasen schenken. Da hast du einfach alle Nachteile von der Stadt, du hast Scheißverkehr, du hast immer Stau, du bist mitten in der Durchfahrt, aber hast die Vorteile von der Stadt nicht. Johannes, ja, aber das geht ja gar nicht. Lara kann sich ja nicht raussuchen, wo sie arbeitet. Ja, kannst es auch nicht. Das stimmt nicht. Du brauchst so wie heißt das, so Tauschpartner. Und ja, die Freundin von der Anka, die hat den Typen aus dem Allgäu geheiratet, Johannes, damit sie zusammenziehen können, damit sie als Lehrerin versetzt werden kann. Das hat nicht gereicht. Dann ist sie schwanger geworden und selbst da haben sie dann geprüft, ob das überhaupt ein Grund genug ist für die Versetzung.
Okay. Matze. 5 Zimmer, Dresden. Neubau wird am 1.6. zum Bezug 144 Quadratmeter, 5 Zimmer, Bad mit Fenster, Balkon, Einbau, Küche. Raten, was es wieder kostet.
Keine Ahnung, 600.
1100.
Ja, ist halt, gut, da bist du halt auch in Dresden.
Jesus. Sicher ein, du. Das gönn ich mir, ne? Sieht auch hübsch aus. Ja, ich muss jetzt ein bisschen zwischenparken erstmal, ne? Oh, das ist auch hübsch. Das ist Klotsche will ich nicht. Neubau Erstbezug, 775 Euro, 80 Quadratmeter. Oh, okay, das ist, glaube ich, das teuerste, was du in Stuttgart finden kannst. Direkt an der Frauenkirche. Was kostet das?
Try Hostage.
Ja, das sieht ähnlich aus. Ja, wenn du fertig bist, können wir uns das ja überlegen. Alter! Gehört der Innenhof dazu? Das sind 3,5 Zimmer. Da siehst du hier 3,5 Zimmer, 133 Quadratmeter. Was würdest du für zahlen, Philipp? Wo ist das Lage?
Wie viel Quadratmeter?
In der Innenstadt, 133 in Stuttgart.
Was ich dafür zahlen würde oder was es kostet?
Ja, was würdest du, also was glaubst du, was es kostet?
Oh, now you do it after I die. Nice.
Renoviert?
Ja, ja, richtig gut. Echtholzparkett, offene Küche mit Kochinsel. Sieht super aus. Also alles modern.
2,8 kalt.
Du bist gut. Mal 6 kalt, 2,9 warm.
Ein Schnapper, oder?
Ja, deswegen hat er ja gemeint, dass man Normal machen muss. Oder ihr spielt halt Duo-Q. Also ist auch okay. Weil also ich ranke Flex Watch gerade nicht spielen. Ich glaube, das finde ich echt nichts. Heute.
Could you do the hacking clip?
Im Donnerstag. Bist du wahnsinnig.
Ja, wir können trotzdem spielen mit dem Moment. Ich weiß
Ja, wir spielen jetzt Lotto, weil wir dann im Lotto gewinnen und du die Villa kaufen kannst. Genau, so funktioniert das. Lara.
Quadra. Get a quadra.
Ja, die Chance ist 1 zu wie viel Millionen? 358, warte, hier steht es
Def,
irgendwo.
def.
Und der ist eh geknackt.
What is the
1
clip
zu
for?
140 Millionen.
I've been nominated for the
10
Streamer
Millionen.
Awards for cutest Cinderella's show, and she needs a clip. A clip from me,
Lara, halt einfach dein Maul.
or else she'll take one herself.
Nachher gewinnst du, ne? Und dann guckst du blöd aus der Wäsche.
Die Sache ist, wenn die spielst du über meinen Account.
Ja, du hast mir gesagt.
Ja, die tut immer so, als würde sie dann vor Gericht sagen können, das ist ihr Gedankengut und sie bekommt dann irgendwas davon ab.
Was? 2 Wochen später. Häusliche Gewalt, Polizistin in Notabwehr schießt EMW, Mann.
Lara, jetzt
So
leg nicht.
bad.
Ja, das ist zu teuer. 2.500 Euro,
When
leck
did I
mich am
fart?
Arsch. Ja, nee,
Warte
sag mir die Zahlen
Nein,
schnell.
ich will
muss
selber
hier...
mein
Warte,
Glück.
ich muss bannen.
Schatz, ich hab keine Zeit. Ich muss mich jetzt Zähne putzen.
Johannes, kann ich mit dir kurz Pick-Order swappen? Die muss nebenher Lotto spielen.
I never did. I don't fart.
Ja, weil ich jetzt noch nicht picken kann.
Amazing.
Du bist eh einen Random.
what if I
Du sollst
suppose
6
this?
Kreuze setzen.
Selbst zum Lotto spielen ist das so blöd.
Du bist ohne Witz zu dumm geboren. Hier auf die 2.
Ich will noch glaube ich, nur eins.
Ja, und dann mach mal hin jetzt. Kostet mich schon wieder
God,
Geld.
I have the worst
Schatz.
fucking clips on Twitch.
Philipp, wir können auch
Jesus
Pick-Order swappen.
Christ.
Pick mir einfach Lee. Ist okay.
Alles gut. Ich brauche keine Hilfe, ich bin krass.
Nein, bitte nicht. Hannes, was haben wir getan?
Doesn't Discord have clips?
Er
My
pickt jetzt
server.
irgendwas Trolliges.
Ey, ich bin immer serious, das willst du nicht von mir.
Hey, wir können Pickorder nicht mehr spotten.
So, jetzt.
So
Noch
kommen
einen
wir gerade.
schönen Eintrag und so.
Achso, du darfst 2, nicht 1.
Ja, mach Spiel random Pick.
Ja, weil das einen Unterschied macht.
Ja, weil dein Gedanken da rein
Baus
verschwendest und
Clips.
sonst halt.
Aber du bewertest anhand, ob die Zahlen nah beieinander liegen, ob es gut
Das
ist.
sind meine Zahlen.
Das ist so dumm, ey. Johannes, das beweist gar nicht. Das interessiert doch keinen Mensch. Derjenige, der es gekauft hat, auf den das Lotto-Ticket ausgestellt ist, dem gehört der Gewinn. Korrekt. Genau so ist es auch heute noch.
Clueless, what is this?
Die Jungs haben es jetzt mitgehört. Was haben die mitgehört? Dass du keine Ahnung vom deutschen Recht hast, obwohl du das
Account here.
studierst. Philipp, ich hab dir doch gesagt, du sollst mir Lee Sin picken.
Das ist eigentlich ganz gut, dass der den weggepickt hat.
Alter, was spiel ich
Wow,
jetzt?
Jesus Christ. Okay, what do I do then? I literally have to make a clip.
Muss ich jetzt
What about
trollen?
this? The fuck is this? Best
Der ist
of the
gebannt.
Bows 2022.
Ich wollte gerade
1
spielen.
hour
Der ist
long. What the
gebannt.
fuck is this, man?
Alle mit Gems sind gebannt.
I'll send the video.
Der muss man bei dem. Ja, was ist das für ein Quatsch?
Irelia King, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm kidding. Must have done a misstep there, I guess. Yeah, well, you want me to watch a fucking hour-long video?
Der
Is that what you want me to do?
Alter.
Dude, these are
Ja,
the
ich hab dir
shitty
doch gesagt,
fucking
Johannes,
clips.
die
You
haben
might
keinen
just have
Bock
to
auf
make
mich.
one
Die haben-
today, I'm
die
not
haben
gonna lie, guys.
meine Bälle
No one is gonna
gesehen
know
und
it's
sich
rigged.
gedacht, fucking hell, nee, gegen die spiele ich nicht, die ist zu crazy.
What is this? It works. The Tom Kench playing?
Man muss schon los.
Nah, this wasn't even that
Gag,
impressive.
gag, gag.
Das
Was?
ist doch so eine Kleinigkeit. Ja, was ist denn?
It's just impressive
Das
because I
ist,
don't usually get solo kills.
orale Anabolika
So it's
sind
like,
das.
whoa, Bounce kills someone. But it's like, not really impressive for other.
Ich spritze mich halt nicht so gerne, deswegen nehme ich Tabletten.
Man kann bei Lotto sogar Checkpot-Abo einstellen, dass du erst ab einem gewissen Betrag automatisch mitmachst.
Ja, ja, du kannst auch, da gibt's lauter so einen Scheißdreck.
What about this one, Mr. Bows?
Das wir, habt ihr das Rumble, das Rumble-Update gesehen?
Mhm.
Philipp, guck's dir mal an, der wirst dich
Ja.
freuen. Es
Der
gibt auf
Champion nicht, oder?
der Champion Rumble.
Get the
In
shit!
seine
Get the
Ulti-Range,
shit.
der kann die jetzt, wenn er im Busch vom Blue Buff steht, kann er hinter Baron seine Ulti setzen.
Nah, we're gonna have to rig it, guys. We're gonna have to rig it.
Komplett behindert.
What
Ich
if?
sehe aber nichts
What
hier.
if I? Okay, clip
Guck dir
this.
von
Let's
Vandal.
clip this,
oder wie-
okay?
Alter!
Um,
Warte, ich schick's dir gleich. YouTube. Wie
Das
heißt
ist ein
der?
Bug. Matze.
Was macht das? Ein Bug?
Ich sehe hier nur Vandal. Rumble Air is kinda
Ah.
wack right now.
Weil das sah mir eher nach. Ja, genau, aber das ist kein Bug. Das ist doch das Ding.
Shit, man. No, this is what we gotta do.
Ja, aber da ist ja nichts übrig. Das zeigt ja nur, dass die Rumble kein Damage an Baron macht.
Nee, der hat bei dem einen Ding hat er
Hey
das,
guys,
macht er das aus so einem Ding am
today's
Blue
stream's gonna
Buff.
be
Da
a
steht
little
er am
bit
Blue
different.
Buff
I wanna do something
und kann das
new
Ding, kann
today.
sein
I'm
Ding
gonna
setzen.
close my eyes. I'm gonna pick a random person in chat
Vielleicht war das auch irgendein
and
Fake.
Aber Rumble
stop.
hatte schon immer, also Rumble Ulti geht eh schon
Okay,
ewig
Idlos,
weiter.
moderator. My friend, I'm gonna
Oh
give you
mein Gott, jetzt die Wert Aurelion
$500
Sol gebannt.
for
Du
free.
Pisser.
$500, man. Congratulations.
Wisst ihr, was ich jetzt
And I
spiele?
get some,
Ich bin jetzt krass.
And then people are gonna think like, oh wow, this guy is so
Wilden
nice.
Blinden. Geht es noch?
But it's all rigged, right? I'm obviously not gonna do it. But
What?
people will think, like they have no idea. Most of the
Der
people that are
Jungle
gonna
oder
see
was?
this clip
Ja.
don't even know who I
Ja,
am.
schon.
They've never seen my face before.
Nur,
So we can completely rig it.
du musst über Smite
Mr. Beast
Early,
of League of Legends. But
Wieso?
fake version.
weil dein
Ja,
kompletter
Mr.
Damage
Beast
von der
doesn't give
Passiv
any money.
ist. Und der braucht erst ab 50% oder so. Du wirst merken, du machst erst so gar keinen Damage und wenn sie 50% sind, dann warten sie das Camp fast.
Das heißt, ich
Tauschen,
muss
also
Red- ich
ich
muss
kann auch
Red-
einfach picken, dann okay.
Ich muss Red Buff dann einfach direkt. Aber was ich gerade sehe, ist, dass die meisten den auf Ding spielen, auf First Strike und Jungle.
Ja, weil jetzt bin ich, weil alle reden gleich, ich bin verwirrt.
Sei nicht verwirrt, Philipp.
Ey,
Okay,
jetzt mal
Johannes,
ganz ruhig,
okay.
ne? Ah, ich wollte was probieren, shit.
Mr. Beast, but you give LP instead of money.
Das ist EY mit dem Problem, ne? Ja. Obwohl der letzte hat auch wieder den Soll gebannt. Ja.
Nö, der hat den Support gebannt.
Normal.
I give her my dick. That's what I give.
Eine
She's
Wein
getting
mit der
completely
Any
destroyed.
Support, Ivan Jungle.
Oh no. Ooh.
Ich krieg hier nie.
Don't fuck with me.
Keine
I will
Ahnung,
kill
ich find's
you.
grad auch nicht. Entweder war das irgendein Troll oder ich habe das Video falsch gesehen. Weil das sah so aus, als würde der da in dem Blue Buff Busch stehen und die Range von der Ulti ist
Ah.
einfach extrem erhöht worden.
She loses cannon.
Hm?
Fuck.
Aber ich fand das,
My shield was
keine
still
Ahnung,
down.
das wäre ja Rumble Gigabust.
Oh
Geht eigentlich.
God, what am I doing?
Vielleicht nicht so viel Unterschied, weil eigentlich die willst ja die Ulti nicht setzen, um zu catchen, sondern du willst die ja in den Schock setzen, wenn die da drin fighten.
Ja,
Ich
aber
hab
wenn du
keine
den,
Pre-Amp.
wenn du... Ich wollte gerade sagen, du
Ja, aber
könntest
du
ja...
schmeißt doch nie eine Rumble-Ulti Preemptive, das ist ja völlig Quatsch.
Ja, aber wenn du weißt, dass du also wenn du weißt, die sind an irgendwas dran, du könntest halt mega safe in den Job steuern.
Ja, dann gehen die einfach weg. Und
Sagst
warten
du?
5 Sekunden,
Oh,
dann ist die
this
Ulti.
game is gonna.
Was
I'm
spielen
gonna
die
be on the
Gegner
back
für einen
foot on this one. I
Scheißdreck?
feel
Jetzt
like
ist eine Annie
this
da
is gonna
mit
be a
der.
rough one.
Kommst du wieder einfach Support,
I'll
ne?
try my best not to feed too much.
Was ist eigentlich diese Ilia aus? Geh mir auf den Sack, wo kommt die her?
Mit der Pause,
Cannon,
ja,
right?
okay.
I was down Cannon Wiz.
Niemand mag die.
Doch, die Leute, die gegen dich spielen.
Natürlich logisch, ne?
What is the meaning of this roam? Look how much I'm losing.
Aber die kommen, die können auf jeden Fall invaden, ne? Die haben Andy und Ivan sitzen.
I can't stay. Like I could have stayed for experience, but I would
Ich
lose
muss
them.
Botland anfangen, wegen...
Every time you help your team, man. It just happens every time.
How is UEF?
Eigentlich muss ich Blue Buff anfangen, gell? Wenn du...
Ist egal.
Ich würde gerne Toplane anfangen, ehrlich gesagt, weil da wäre ich schneller. Aber alleine schaffe, wobei ich schaffe es auch alleine, aber ist ein bisschen ätzend. Er kommt sogar, alter krasser Dude.
Einfach nur Early Smite, das ist wichtig.
Ja.
Just one more, man.
Ich habe nichts gepinkt. Junger Vater, habe ich gerade schnell Damage gemacht.
Are you okay, Bowles? I am not a psychologist, but you should be who you are. Last week I heard you say that you are someone else, Messi. now Mr. Beast. And from psychological perspective, it's bad. We love you. I'm good. It's not me who say I'm like Messi, it's others who say that I am like Messi. It's not a self-title, it's a title that has been given to me.
Klingt wie Geschichten aus dem Balanergarten.
I wouldn't call it myself it if other people didn't call me it. Does that make sense?
Weil ich hab gar nicht hingeskippt. Control.
Guys, I got it. Okay. I got it. We're going to custom game after this game. And I'll get like a
Also ich
10
glaub, der
kill in my
Bronze einer
passive, okay?
zumindest.
So it's doable.
Jetzt sich sogar entschuldigt, ey.
Sion passive is really OP level 1, okay?
Wofür?
So hear me out, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna die in the passive, right? And then I'm gonna kill someone. And then I'm gonna kill the next person. And I'm gonna kill the next. And I'm gonna keep killing people. And you guys are gonna die. And then you guys are gonna TP back and die again. But you need to make it so it's not obvious at the stake.
Können wir die überhaupt töten? Oder wenn ich da komme?
Good charge. That's good.
Die spielt so defensiv.
Ich glaub's ja. Denkst du, ich hab gewardet?
I don't know, maybe I could have killed the Kane. I wanted a minion though.
Halt's Maul, dieses Schild hat Heal raus. Könnt ihr hinter mir herbleiben? Er hat Heal raus.
Don't care, didn't ask, plus I'm voting Tyler 1. Did anyone here actually vote for me?
Caitlyn ist Bronze 2 oder sowas. Ah ne, die ist Gold 2. Keine Ahnung, was die ist. Weiß nicht, ob er geflasht hat, geheilt hat auf alle Fälle.
Die ist einfach AFK.
I'm playing for me, don't mind if I do.
Wartet halt auf ihre Y und
I'm
dann
terrible for CS this game.
tut sie dir richtig weh.
The thing with inting Sion is you always need to go up in CS, right? I'm even in CS while inting. That's not what you want. You need to be up in CS.
Es ist einfach so langweilig. So in sie reinlaufen oder was?
Mir war jetzt wieder top.
Ah! Didn't get it. God damn it, man. Fuck.
Over 82 million sober Americans voted for our great President Joe Biden.
Technos?
I'm
That's not
debating.
the Joe Biden guy. Imposter? You're an imposter?
Was sieht mich?
Wieso sie tipperst dich da?
Wow. Wow, dude. this Gwen is gonna be a
Müsste
problem.
nach dem Camp Level 6 sein. Dann komm ich Bot. Die haben keine Vision auf der Lane, oder Janus? Weiß da, ich bin auch da. Bin Level 6, sie nicht.
Yeah, I wonder why Gwen is gonna be a problem. Troll. I feel like you can't even have bad games anymore. Like, you guys even know what a bad game is?
Any
You guys think a bad game equals trolling? It's two completely different things. In high elo, we're aware
gerade Tower
of
gekriegt.
people can having rough games, so nobody flames each other. We're like, okay, we work together in a way. We're like, okay, Gwen is fed, shit happens, you know? People get fed from time to time, how do we deal with it? You low elo players are just fucking... You guys always think about who to blame, not how to solve. That's the difference. That's the difference
Has
in mindset
crippled
right there.
legs.
Take careful steps.
What?
Oh.
Viel Spaß.
The forest
Oh. Triple. Let's fucking go, baby. Get the fuck out of here. Ooh. Ooh. And now it's just over. The comeback story.
Was für ihn? Den ist.
Die Maschine läuft, kannst du nachher aufmachen einfach.
Harold. War am Harold. Annie könnte aber auch woanders hin sein, aber ich denke, zusammen können helfen.
Besser.
Ciao, Schatz. Krank, denke ich.
Clip that, guys. Clip that.
Der hat gerade volle Combo, der hat zweimal Q und E vom Shadow. Ja, und Triple, der hat den Triple Ding gekriegt, also.
Beginnt jetzt diese Scheiße, wo Annie einfach mich ultit for no reason.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Weil ich sehe den Minion von dem Kennen nicht, weil Timber so fett ist.
I'm actually pretty strong now, I can probably hold my own. Look, I'm actually ahead in gold.
Der ist nicht da, wenn du gleich einen Snare triffst. Ja, volle Welt, wir können den da in 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're not ahead, you're a human.
Ja, alles gut. Wir müssen den Tower
Oh,
festmachen.
where you going? Where you
Den
going?
nicht, oder? Wir müssen den machen, dass der den nicht kriegt. Ach, das ist eine Y. Die hab ich nicht gesehen. Das ist... Wieso hat die Caitlyn nicht einfach auf den Tower gehauen? Ja, aber ich muss halt an den Tower ranlaufen, sie nicht.
The harvest is a
Lau ja 3 Kills, Game is eh schon kind of over. Hm?
What's your opinion on the futures market rune? Bad.
Ja, deswegen sage ich das.
Bad
Und
run.
das gegnerische Lau, Johannes. Ein fucking Heimatdinger, Alter.
Und jetzt den nächsten random Typer in die Fresse.
One for one,
Das ist
whatever.
eine Y-Gang.
Fine, I guess. Maybe I get an assist.
Silbers ist raus.
Nice.
Auf Annie, bitte, auf Annie,
It
bitte, auf
should
Annie,
be
bitte, auf
a
Annie.
futures market, but instead of going into depth, you
Okay.
You
Interessiert
invest.
scheinbar nicht.
does that make sense? Instead of making a loan, instead of taking a loan from the bank, you
Stimmt hier nicht,
put
oder?
money into the bank,
Nein,
which
Mann.
then increases your gold per second value. Does that make sense?
Das ist halt eine
So let's say
Laui
it's
auf der Toplane, die da durchgeht.
Like right now, I want to invest 1000 gold into the bank. So I put in all the money, I get nothing for it, but I will increase my gold over time. That would be sick rune, man. Business rune.
Enemy
Ich hab keine Lust mehr, Mann. How the fuck?
Wir töten den nicht. Wir töten die nicht. Das spielt keine Rolle. Das ist wenn du in der Nähe der Ulti stehst, guck das an. Das ist eine gefeedete Laui. Das ist schon wieder ein Champion, der gebannt gehört.
So, der Heimer kann ja ewig unter Tower gegen die Deffen, das ist ja echt relativ irrelevant.
close. An ally has been slain.
I missed. My bad.
Mensch, spielt normal und spielt dann
My
Tryhard
bad.
als in den Rank der Welt
Missed.
raus.
Shit.
Die Annie.
PL for the Tank 1 next month.
Interessant.
Your turret has been
Tibbers, beruhig dich jetzt. One-shotten.
You kill me, I kill you.
Nee, das war nicht viel Damage, der Power. Als ob die Damage macht. 300, so irrelevant. Wie haut's mich denn da in den Tower, Alter, so weit?
I think we all know the answer to that question. I don't think it needs to be said out loud. I'm coming here.
Macht kein Damage. Yep.
Kane is behind.
War wieder so
I
ein
can die in
Flash.
20 seconds when I have my claw. That would be optimal.
Nicht, dass wir an die Laui abwalken können.
Singed. Daily reminder that 82 million adults woke up sober and voted for Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, thank you for $420. Classic. He has no idea. I'm dead. He can't see me there, no vision for him. Good little spot.
Ja, bin ich zu 10?
I really wanna go Infinity Edge here.
What?
Job, nimm du lieber mal den.
Davor, den müssen wir es auch.
Why are you low master? 'Cause I want to be it. I can get out whenever I want.
A promising garden.
March 16, I'm getting rank 1, right? Oh shit, it's soon.
Really good evolve.
Come closer.
Was ist denn los, Alter? Das Minions.
Der Heimerdinger macht die ganze Zeit mein Jungle.
Ah, could've done this better. They died though, nice.
Smaller than the diagram.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Das ist tot.
Has been slain.
Come on, Alter.
Such a busy world.
Edge of Night.
Wo ist mein Flash hin? Mann.
Hell. Whole squad is here.
Das ist
Das ist ein Maum, Alter. Ich glaube, den hätte keinen töten können, Johannes. Keiner von denen war tötbar für dich. Alter, Fnatic ist einfach so bad. Holy fucking shit. Die sind einfach auch ein CSGO inzwischen
Oh
bad.
my god. Go back on it. They're on it, man. They're on it. But I don't think they do it super fast.
Ich geh kurz aufs Klo.
Oh, they do. Fuck.
I thought I was getting gifted subs all the time. I actually had a recurrent 6 months plan, not even mad about it.
Klar, ihr müsst so Dinge wie Sage
Die Wahrheit
spielen.
braucht
Gott,
man, die Wahrheit.
Keine Ahnung, muss einfach im Jungle die Bastelteile
Manchmal
spielen.
braucht man die Wahrheit.
Ich meine, die Leute spielen ja selbst in Normals kein Fun. Und sich das ab, was andere irgendwo machen. Ich hätte halt ein oder zwei Kills da bei den Dives gebraucht, dann hätte ich Damage machen können. Das hat mich halt übelst behind gehauen, dadurch, dass ich keine Kills gekriegt habe und so viel Zeit verbracht habe. Nö, keine Ahnung. Also weiß nicht, der Damage war irgendwie ein bisschen täuschend.
Oh. Unnötiger Lissa tot. GG Weltwelt. ADK ist, glaube ich, auch die zweitstärkste Rolle, wenn man sie spielen
Weiß nicht, ob
kann.
du da irgendwie, keine Ahnung, irgendwie mehr
Ich meine, ich glaube, es
Snowballen
gibt ein
oder
gutes
sonst
Argument gerade zu sagen, dass AD Carry sogar die stärkste Rolle ist in Solo Queue, wenn du sie spielen kannst. Aber AD Carry skaliert, also erstens ist AD
Gab's ja
Carry die
nicht, wann gab's den
schwerste
letzten
Rolle.
Patch?
Also die
Gestern.
mit den schwersten Grundvoraussetzungen, wo du am meisten
Ein riesiger
Zeit investieren
Patch,
musst,
sagst du.
um auf ein moderates Level zu kommen.
Gar nicht
Das
drauf
ist auf
geachtet,
jeden
was
Fall
ist jetzt-
Art
was genervt, Sage
und
genervt
wo
worden.
kleinste Fehler viel härter
Nicht.
gepunished werden als auf anderen Champion-Designs.
Wer ist dann genervt
Und
worden?
dann ist es so, dass es
Die
eine
möchte
Rolle
ich mal
ist,
oben
die
klicken,
auch
aber-
sehr gut mit deinen Mitspielern skaliert. Das heißt, in High Elo aktuell werden sehr
Ugly ist
viele
wieder da.
Games
Nice.
von AD Carries
Die haben die
entschieden.
Maokai genervt.
Aber die werden natürlich auch
haben die
enabled
Jarvan
und die wird
genervt.
rumgespielt und die
Ist so.
dürfen halt auch, also, ne, die dürfen
Ja,
halt
klar,
auch die
ne,
Map
das
dann
kann das schon.
bespielen und einnehmen. Morg Honor Bliss? Na, sicher haben wir die
Ja,
Morg
schon
gehonored.
strong.
Und ab ins nächste, da war so ein geiles. Wir hatten heute schon zwei richtig geile Games. Das Jin-Game war richtig cool und das Caitlyn-Game auch.
Annie. Annie haben sie
Danke
auch
an
richtig
Epic
genervt.
Fox und der Euroman, genauso wie Kaito-san. Vielen lieben Dank für den Support. Kannst du einmal den Shop zeigen? Na klar, hier hast du ihn.
Ey, wieso haben
Wir haben
sie
hier diese
Asi
6 Türchen.
genervt? War das strong
Das ist
oder
ziemlich
weil
nice,
der
ne?
Ding gespielt für die ganze Zeit im Pro-Play?
Fragt man sich immer, was dahinter ist,
Big
ne?
Old
Fragt man
Band
sich
und
immer.
gucken.
Fragt man sich immer. Third Duckling, vielen lieben Dank für den Support. Einen
Ja,
wundervollen
der Jax Nerf ist gut.
Kannst du die 6 Türchen öffnen? Nö. Aber wir haben sie gemeinsam angeschaut. Ist doch auch schön, oder? Ist Ciri eine Option für die Challenge oder nicht gut genug? Wurde denn Ciri genervt in dem Patch? Wenn die nicht genervt wurde, ist die auf jeden Fall gut genug. Ich meine, ich muss natürlich fairerweise dazu sagen, dass ich Ciri halt überhaupt nicht spielen kann, ne? Okay, jetzt Samira wurde genervt. Wurde Ciri nicht gechanged? Wow.
Aber das Video sollte ich mir abspeichern, hier, was mir gerade auf Video vorgeschlagen
Und der
hat.
Mavo ist mit dabei.
Früher
Vielen
Kennung
lieben
von
Dank euch, Leute.
Herzinfarkt.
Schön, dass ihr mit dabei seid.
Du bist ein bisschen on edge, Philipp. Das müssen wir noch ein bisschen dran arbeiten.
Danke auch an
dass wir das mal-
Foxy für den Support. Auch da einen wundervollen. Soll ich mal Ciri
Aber ich bin noch
anschauen?
safe,
Komm,
ich hab noch kein
Ciri an.
Vorzeichen, ne?
Also ich
alles
kann
Halt
sie
der
nicht
Maul.
spielen, aber
Ja,
ich
ist
würde
halt
sie
so.
gerne mal
Ja,
ich
nee,
würde sie auch
irgendwann
gerne
mal
mal
kippst du
probieren.
einfach nur unterm Stuhl um.
Ich würde sie
aber
tatsächlich
jetzt
sogar
kenn ich
auch
ja die
ein paar
Vorzeichen.
mehr
Ich hab
Games
ein
gerne mal
Problem,
probieren.
Das ist jetzt schon wieder ein Problem.
Kein
was nehmen wir denn
Problem,
falsch?
das ist
Wenn wir
kein
mal...
echtes Problem.
Maokai ist
aber
gebannt.
Ich habe einen
Du machst es
Lieferando-Gutschein. Der läuft ab.
Ja, gib halt, dann bestelle ich das für mich.
Nee, ich muss den für mich.
Alter! Er
Is
gönnt
one
mich
of the
mal,
most
weißt, hat heute
disgusting
schon
and
wahrscheinlich
heinous
30
Fuck
Kilo
you.
in sich reingefressen.
But
Aber
it's like you
gönnt
get
nicht,
to a
weißt
point
du,
in
das ist
life
so
where
ein
you
Arsch.
just kind of realize
You're
that
You're telling me I'm shit out of luck
Irgendwie
about
kann ich nichts
reproducing.
sagen.
What do you want me to like? You,
Okay,
oh,
ich
hey
sag dir
God,
was
hey, look,
los,
can you go
aha.
back in time and hook up Genevieve? Like, you get the
Stuttgart.
cards that you're dealt. Like,
Yeah,
it sucks.
We
It's
don't
not
get the
fun.
card.
Well,
We
you're
reshuffle the
saying
deck all the
simultaneously.
time. Right?
Okay, then reshuffle the deck. Go pay a poor
Dreist,
woman to
die
rent out her womb. Go if you
Stuttgart.
want. Go do it. It's legal.
Liebe.
It's unethical. It's
Liebes.
immoral.
Why is
I
it-
don't
Well,
condone
we're
it.
trying to figure out why it's unethical or immoral.
Straße, ja,
Right?
ist
Like you
doch
can say
schon.
like, pray,
No,
like
you're
God, my
paying a
kidney,
woman
my
to use her body, and she's
Yeah,
putting her life on the line. Usually for women who didn't plan
Hier,
properly, because
super
infertility,
China
that's a
Pizza.
different discussion.
Halt
We're just like
Maul.
talking about the luxury of it, the
Bitte
constant
schneller.
commodification of the
Nee.
female body. Like
Bitte.
nobody's out here trying to like
Nee.
rent. Like,
Das-
it's
der
How
macht
many
Pizza
people that
in
pursue
China.
gestational
Indisch.
carriers do you
Ach,
think are
kennst du
doing it
schon.
just out of pure convenience
Ja,
and not out of
das
any
hat
kind
so
of like
ein,
medical
einer,
or
der alles
infertility
macht. Der
element?
doch ganze
even
3,1.
okay, I
That's
don't
probably a
have
Oh, that-
pretty
that-
small
4,7
group of
It-
people
it
at that
doesn't
point,
matter.
right? Like
It's
even
still
Kim
evil.
Wir
Kardashian
haben
had
mehrere
it.
gute Inder. Man so ein Wiener Jager. Der ist
Ja.
um die Ecke, der ist aber nicht so geil. Ich habe gerade nicht so Bock auf
A
Indisch.
medical reason to use.
Da gibt es einen
surrogates.
Ganesha, der ist
It's
besser.
still evil. Whether or not you're doing it for infertility,
Aber
or
ich habe
because
gerade nicht so
of
Lust auf
senescence,
Indisch. Ich
you're
weiß
still
gerade nicht, auf was
renting
ich
out
Fast
a
Food for you,
younger,
oder? Krass, sogar,
lower
ja.
socioeconomic status
56
woman's
Minuten.
womb.
Du musst
Is that-
auf-
is
auf
that-
Food
is that
gehen.
lower
Das
socioeconomic?
habe ich mir Das habe ich mir nämlich auch
What,
schon
like my
überlegt.
example of using a sister or a friend or
Ich habe
something?
mir nämlich auch überlegt, ob ich mir einen Burger hole. Aber Burger, das Problem ist, der beste Burger, den kann ich nicht über Lieferando holen. Den müsste ich über die andere App holen. Das kann ich halt nicht machen, weil ich da keinen Gutschein habe.
Hier, der Grieche, Mindestbestellwert 40 Euro, Matze.
Welcher Krieg? Ach, der Olympus, da wollte ich schon immer mal bestellen.
Krieg
aber-
Cousin heißt der, ne?
Ah, nee, den kenne ich nicht.
Ja,
Oder
aber
heißt der
40
Krieg Cousin
Mindest.
Olympus?
Das weiß ich, steht nicht da, aber der hat 40 Euro.
Ja, das,
Schon
das
mal.
bei dem würde ich ja gerne immer bestellen. Aber, oh, warte mal, Doshirak liefert. Alter, die will inzwischen für Honey Garlic Chicken 22 Euro. Die behindert. Die haben alle langsam den Arsch offen, Gut, aber Schubeck hat auch einen Stern, ja, das ist okay. Ich glaube schon, der hatte zumindest mal einen Stern. Nee, weil das Indisch, das... Ah, warte mal. Schubeck sagst du. Ach, nevermind. Schubeck ist nicht der. Ich habe gerade das bei dir gemeint. Ich habe gerade bei dir. Schubeck ist beim Ollis. Ich habe gerade an das bei dir in der Straße gedacht. Der Pflug, genau, weil der hat doch einen Stern, oder nicht? Ich habe mit dem neulich drüber geredet, was der muss wohl 20.000 Euro muss der im Monat an Umsatz machen, nur um über die Runden zu kommen. Also nur um die, nee, der Schubeck, nur um seine Kosten begleichen zu können. Ja, deswegen ist halt Zielblauer Spaten auch so teuer, Johannes, wahrscheinlich. Gebe ich Pittsburgher nochmal eine Chance, aber die waren das letzte Mal richtig eklig.
I would still pay them. Where's the evilness in that?
What if
we're
she's
on an
wealthier?
equal-
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what if she's wealthier? Because you keep saying lower SCS. Is that like integral to your argument?
I think that that's probably what's happening here.
Yeah, but let's
You know,
say
so
it was
it's like
just,
this
let's say it was
upper
only
middle
the
class liberals
wealthiest.
that are using the lower SES people.
Ja, wieso
you
ist
know.
I want to pay $1 million.
Safe.
Hast du die App offen?
Jetzt habe ich irgendwelche vorgefertigten Ruhen. Oh no, das ist alles für die Katz. Warum steht da Kunden safe? Nein, ich hab nicht die App genommen. Ich habe das scheiß Ingame-Ding genommen. Was hat's mir jetzt gemacht? Komet, okay, wie ist das? Aber Flashy rein. Das ist gar nicht schlecht gegen Pike. Pre-Igniten einfach, dann sehen wir ihn. Und dann der andere ignitet, bevor er wegrennt. Das ist doch klein. Nee. Matze McDonalds liefert zu dir.
Alter. Fuck off.
Ich habe letztens, da bin ich vorbeigelaufen und da bin ich tatsächlich auf die Werbung, da gibt es gerade Barbecue, hier der Bacon Big Mac mit Chili. Aber war nicht so nice.
Ich habe gerade überlegt, kommt jetzt irgendwie was, war voll geil. Der hype die Story richtig hoch, war nicht so nice.
It's like Hillary Clinton
Ja, der
delivered
hat
my
sich voll geil
future
angehört.
child, okay?
Da
Would that
hab
be
ich mir
unethical?
gegönnt, aber war richtig schlecht.
I mean,
Ich hätte tatsächlich
that's
auch
just
Bock,
like,
ich würde auch einen
I don't-
Sub gerade
I don't know
essen,
if you
aber
guys
ich
like
sehe es
work with
irgendwie
those
nicht ein, dass die
examples, but I
5
don't
Euro
typically work with those
Liefergebühr
kinds
wollen,
of
sind die eigentlich
examples.
The
behindert.
problem is that
Like, I mean,
you're...
that's
It'd be
cool.
so
weird
that it'd be unethical. Well, no, I think the issue is that you're saying something is fundamentally
Es
unethical
gibt
or
grad da
evil.
nix, was
But
mich
in your
antört,
example,
Mann.
you're depriving multiple people of
Ist so ein
liberty. You're
Dingladen,
telling
bei
one
dem
woman she's not allowed
einzelne
to sell
bestellt,
her
das
services in
finde ich
that
nicht
way,
ganz so
and you're
nice,
telling
aber
another woman
letztendlich
she's not
diese
allowed to purchase a service in that way. So you've got
libysche
two consenting
oder so
adults that want to
Sandwichmacher,
engage in a transaction that
diese
should only be their
arabischen-
business, and you want to
Ja,
interject and say, actually,
Ja,
that
Shawarma
mutually
gibt's
consensual
auch,
transaction,
aber
that's
eher hier so
unethical.
dieses-
That's a pretty...
Wie ist das vom Rind? Einfach in ein Sandwich.
Such a busy world.
Was du meinst?
Ja, so. Schau mal. So Brisket im Sandwich oder so.
Du meinst,
Wie heißt denn das, dieser
Philly
komische-
Cheesesteak oder was meinst du?
Nee, dieser so arabische Sandwich, so.
Things aren't always
Jüdische, glaube ich, auch
as they
hauptsächlich. Lübisch.
Jüdisch.
Lübisch.
Ich weiß nicht, was du.
Jüdisch,
Ich
ja.
weiß nicht, was du meinst für ein Sandwich. Also keine Ahnung. Schiköfte meinst du nicht, weil Schiköfte ist
Ja,
vegetarisch.
das haben die Juden immer gegessen. Dafür sind die bekannt. So gebacken, so warmer Schinken. Ein bisschen
Köfte.
dicker. Nee, das ist doch kein Schinken, oder?
Nee, Köfte ist Hackfleisch.
So ein
Beef,
Sandwich.
Mensch.
Ja, genau, Roastbeef.
Das sind doch die Juden nicht bekannt für fucking Roast Beef.
Oh, nein, das ist nicht.
Pastrami meinst du?
Pastrami, genau.
Pastrami ist aber jetzt nicht jüdisch, das ist eigentlich, Pastrami ist doch, ja, Pastrami ist auch eher New York-Style inzwischen wahrscheinlich. Aber doch schon diese ganzen Delis in New York, die machen alle Pastrami.
Ja, das ist bei mir ein Lüber.
Und der macht
Das ist echt
Pastrami
ganz
oder was? Ja,
Der
Pastrami
macht
ist
halt so ein
geil.
Sandwich mit so eigentlich immer irgendwelches Rindfleisch. Ganz wenig mit Huhn und dann halt immer diese Soßen oben drauf. Das ist schon echt ganz nice.
Ich finde auch eine
Teuer.
Shawarma immer ganz geil.
So much more to see.
Also nicht ganz verstanden, was das Besondere an der Shawarma ist.
Shawarma ist andere, also das Hühnchen in der Regel ist immer am offenen Feuer, muss es gegrillt sein, damit es eine Shawarma ist. Und
Alter, wie
es
viel Damage macht den Six?
ist anders gewürzt.
Oder hat der Minion-Akku gezogen? Minion-Akku gezogen, ne? Mhm.
Tippt er jetzt auf der Top-Lane.
Barrier Flash raus. Du noch irgendwann? Ja, ne? Doch, Igler. Alter, ich bin einfach der beste Six der Welt, ne? Alter, ich bin einfach der beste Six der Welt. Ja, ja. Das ist ja das längste Gegner der Welt gewesen, ne?
Fucking Cage him!
Lass mich immer First igniten. Am besten, glaube ich, weil wir mit selben Cooldown, ne? Weil meinst du den 140 wieder ab. Du bist First ignited, so früh ignited. Das ist Spike ignited bestimmt, ne? Das war ja ignited.
Wir wissen nicht, wo Kane ist. Bei mir.
Ist fein.
Kane wird runtermoven jetzt. Der läuft zu seiner Crab hier. Ich bin too late dafür, deswegen alles gut. Die Top Crab gekriegt.
Ja, ist auch Slow Push. Nein, ist kein Slow Push. Ja, ein bisschen arg fast, so, ja. Ja, jetzt geht alles raus. Ne?
Good Job, Bro, good Job. Könnt ihr die rauspushen, dann gehe ich zum. Ich mach meine komischen Golems und könnt ihr Drake machen, aber. Ah ne, ihr seid low.
Ja, ich muss hier stehen.
Da.
Ja. Der könnte schon wieder haben, ne?
Oh mein Gott. So kurz vor ich hätte vielleicht noch beide haben können, Mann. Das wär... Oh, hätte ich da eine Schiene gehabt, dann wäre der tot. Nee, ich hab ihn attackt. Ja, es war
Ja, ja. Kein daran Fortschritt
Alter,
ist da
dieser
beide
Yorick,
kommen,
der
ne?
Yorick intet jetzt schon wieder und blames den Trundle. Du spielst fucking Yorick, Alter, hör auf rumzuheulen, blöde.
Da können wir den canceln. Ja, ist komplett nach. Keine Ahnung, wo der hingelaufen ist. Ah, scheiße, ein bisschen later Ping.
Ja, wir werden nachher, also. Könnt ihr mir da helfen jetzt hier?
Ja, ich habe eine Plating genommen.
Die hatten Vision, die wissen, dass wir da sind.
Ja, der können wir die haben jetzt Double Ult, ne? Ah ne, der Weig hat keine Ult. Ja. Den Weig vercheckt. Ich hab gar nichts an Spell drauf, das Mikrofon. Hat der vorhin geflasht an dem Tower? Shit, nee, ne? Oh, guck mal, der will die Pflanze. Können wir den holen? Ah,
Hat er Flash?
probably. Aber das können wir maybe verstehen, nochmal einen halben Tower nehmen oder so. Weil der muss ja back, oder?
Der war 1 HP.
Komm mal die Wave alles rein. Ah, ich hab keine Lust mehr. Ah, ohne Spaß. Kleine dreckige Made. Ich hab gepusht.
Oh, das ist die
Ich hab gepusht. Er hat Hextrinker Rush, die kleine Made. Was denkt ihr? Der Beute. Ich hab 68 Farbe. Also. Non-Stop Action.
Such a busy world.
Der Yorick, dein Blue aufgeholt?
Ich gerade. Kann schon sein, ich habe seine geholt. Also irgendjemand.
Der Trundle meine ich. Trundle hat den Blue.
Trundle hat einen Blue Buff, ja. Ich hab dem seinen. Der will, dass wir den diven. Das ist eine ganz schlechte Idee.
Things aren't always what they seem. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. A promising garden. Shut down.
Das Problem ist einfach, dass der den gefeedet hat, das Fuck. Also der Kane war eigentlich nicht das Problem. Das ist halt ein Trundle mit 5 Kills.
Ja, also für Bot oder Mitte war doch gar nicht so weak, oder?
Ja, yeah, ich wollte ja 50, heute rum, keine Ahnung. Alter, ist unbelievable, ist unplayable, diese Leute.
Digga,
Der ist fucking
aber gerade ging
Level
es
8,
gebraucht.
auf der 40 Farm auf der Top-Lane, Alter. Könnte First Tower irgendwie machen.
Kann ihn gleich killen.
Gut Job.
Boah, ich bin hier, glaube ich, back und renn dann Mitte. Vielleicht krieg ich nochmal. Ich glaube, wenn du mitkommst, ist das wahrscheinlich am besten. Ich glaube, wenn wir da nochmal reincashen dürfen, schaffe ich das rechtzeitig, ja, oder? Ja.
Ich lauf runter, aber.
Ich glaube, der ist so dumm, der stirbt hier immer.
Das stimmt, ja.
Ja. Ich weiß nicht, ob der Drake, der hätte, glaube ich, lieber mitgehen sollen. Hey, die anderen. Kommen doch so nie am Tor.
Turret plating will fall soon.
So viel Free Gold.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Ja. So ein Spasti, Alter.
Hä? Du?
Guck mal, ich hab den Blue Buff gebuggt. Der attackt mich nicht mehr. Der hat meinen Klon getötet und danach mich nicht mehr attackt.
Ja, ich dachte, die sind useful.
Such a busy world.
Oh! Ich werde den hören.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Aber der hat jede Ulti sehr gemusst, oder? Oder ich bin einmal rausgefischt, kann jetzt nicht.
Das ist halt dieser Yorick Overstayed, die Handshaken diesen Overstay gerade so hart die ganze Zeit.
Dominating.
Nimm du ruhig das Gold, Janis.
Until my seeds take root.
Muss ich Ulti
Johannes.
noch abschmeißen? Oh ne, kann ich gar nicht, wenn ich ihn durch.
Kannst du das machen? Ulti auf Top schmeißen?
Nein, ich war nicht in Range.
Alles gut.
So much more to see.
Der Yorick, der hat hintergeht.
Take careful steps.
Ich hab Anzüge gekauft, ne?
Ich würde einmal gerne back gehen, ehrlich gesagt, ich habe Item.
Just wait. The forest holds many surprises.
Ich glaube, ist noch nicht der Tower. Der war ziemlich low, ne?
Da ist ein Kane hinter euch.
Müsste.
Da ist irgendwo ein Pike.
Ja, du musst aber bitte mit mir mitwalken. Wenn ich einmal an den Turm komme, müsste der eigentlich down sein.
An ally has been slain. God. Come closer. Has destroyed.
Leider nicht.
Ich muss einmal weg. Ich hab 3K Gold. Immer noch kein Item gekauft.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Ich kaufe jetzt einfach jedes Item, wo der Hexig-Eltenete da drin ist. Die mischen das Game. Oh, die ganken den oben. Macht der noch ein bisschen Schaden?
Dann müsste das sogar überleben.
Ally has been slain.
Oder auch nicht.
Na, so jetzt mich hochklären.
Ja, so lange mit dem Ding gehabt.
Ach, diese Pflanzen, diese Improved, so witzig. Ich habe über die halbe Map. Auf mindestens 19 Sekunden für den Mid-Tower zu gehen. Die spawnen dann halt, das ist risky.
Take careful steps. My prey thinks itself clever.
Ich würde gerne einfach ein bisschen farmen mal. 24/7 Action.
Holds many surprises.
Oh, alter Schwede. Ist das Baron on Start?
Venture out to be
Jesus. Jetzt kann man auf jeden Fall machen, glaube ich. Ne? Oh, ich muss kurz gucken, was der für nicht in Tower sind.
the harvest is upon. An ally has been
Oh,
slain.
das ist eh so weak, ne? Okay.
Just waste. Just a huge flower. Shut down.
Oh no.
Keine Ahnung, wir können kein Ding machen, können Baron jetzt machen. Wir können aber den Ding töten, wenn er wollt.
Nein,
Und
ist der
Trundle.
oben, oder?
Come closer.
Komm nicht mal an den ran, Alter. So gigafett, Alter.
Jesus. War auch schon lange nicht mehr gesehen, ne?
Ja, da macht's dir wieder Spaß, ha?
Entschuldigung, ich habe jetzt keinen Spaß mehr.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Der hat gerade meine Wölfe angedamaged.
Ich glaube, das hat Drive-By vielleicht gemacht. Nur beim Damage im Ding wird er sicher den Grenzen halten. Ne?
Promising garden. An ally has been slain.
Okay, ist aber unten. Er hat kein Damage in dem Ding.
Komm ich damit drüber? Ah, schade.
Wie Pen habe ich denn jetzt eigentlich? 44 Magic Pen habe ich.
Geh da mal Toplane helfen.
So much more.
Boom!
Den nehme ich doch mit. Aber ich krieg nicht mal. Naja, kleiner Mann. Das ist schnell. Richtig schnell. Sieht es.
Mach mal die Wave weg.
Gut. Das Problem ist halt, ne. Oh, der Flash für die Bombe. Ich laufe zum Drake weiter, ne?
Das mal.
Und dann aufpassen wegen Trundle, aber das. Der Yorick deffen.
Nicht flashen sollen, aber ist okay. Die sind beide low, oder?
Ne, Backpotten oder überlebt ihr das?
Und da kann es halt nicht deffen.
Just a harmless flower.
Jetzt sind jetzt aber echt 3 low, oder? Das ist nicht. Wie kurz für den Tower, ne?
Und hinter dem Kane.
Such a busy
Ja. Ja, ich glaube, wir sollten raus.
things aren't always what they seem.
Ja, ich wollte hier weg machen, eine Baron Pot machen.
A promising garden.
Man
Das ist jetzt echt nicht so, wir kriegen jetzt einfach weniger Damage und machen ein bisschen mehr, ne?
Ne, die hat doch mehr. Ich dachte, die hat auch. Was hat die? Hat die nicht cool? Ne, warte. Die hat doch irgendwas mit Cooldown. Hat sie das nicht mehr?
Nee.
Wo steht das?
So
Du
much
musst einfach nur die Buffs
Du
angucken.
kriegst 11 Damage Decrease, wenn du unter 50 HP bist und 11. Also du machst 11% mehr Damage und bekommst 11% weniger. Unter 50. Ja, das ist halt einfach der Trundle, ist genauso
Oh, sorry.
big wie du, gell?
My bad. Ja, klar.
Ich kann den nicht deffen.
Ich geh back, I guess.
Also ich kann die Wave halten, aber ich kann ihn nicht töten.
holds many surprises.
Was ist das ewige?
Hast du noch deine Ulti?
Ne, ich wurde abgecancelt.
Der hat nämlich Safe, ist der an meinem Ding.
Wie das ging, ne?
Just a harmless flower.
Super weirdes Skill.
Der Trundle ist halt gerade ein bisschen ein Issue.
Das Problem ist halt so. Ja. Vielleicht auf den Next Baron warten.
Come closer.
Kann da reingehen?
Lass mal gleich auf die Topside swappen. Scheiß drauf, ob der Yorick da ist.
Müsstest du den Yorick nicht töten können?
Such a busy world. An enemy has been slain. What lurks beneath the soil?
Musst du dafür flashen?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Bleibt das viel oben bei dir?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Soon. Things aren't always what they seem. Just wait. Your team has destroyed a turret. First. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an Your team has destroyed a turret.
Muss hier aber echt nochmal nach Essen gucken.
Ne?
Pretty high bar that you're setting for whatever the unethicality is. So we need to have like some reason for why it's unethical. The bar, I think the ball is in your court to say like, even though both these adults are consenting and they're of age, they're not minors, they're fully within their rights to do whatever they want, it's still unethical. The ball is in your court to say why.
It could, because it's like this constant cheapening of the sanctity of life. Okay, so we see this here because I think about the slippery slope. Okay, so like we can talk about like
no, hold on, wait. If you just said you wouldn't deal with our examples earlier, you can't appeal to slippery slope now. You need to say why this is.
These are things that have happened. These are things that have happened. This is a slippery slope that has occurred. Okay.
Okay.
So like we've cheapened the sanctity of life to where we're like, like we could just rent out another woman's womb. I'm sure it's been done in human history. Don't get me wrong. But like I think that it's getting really, really strange right now when we have women who are like past their fertile window. They're just like, well, I could just, I can do this, I can do that. There's all these fail-safes for women. That's one cheapening of human life. Another cheapening of human life. Also, we're not considering the child, the freaking kid that's in the womb that knows the mom.
The kid doesn't. The kid doesn't know the difference. What do you mean?
Yes, they do. My baby in my womb can hear.
Your baby is not even forming memories yet. She does. She's
no,
like.
That's fine.
No,
that's
but I'm
fine,
just saying that like
knows
kids
my
that are.
voice.
Ich hatte es konsequent, ne?
So, und wo kriege ich jetzt meinen Gutscheincode her?
Du kriegst keinen Gutscheincode.
Ich bestelle es mal bei einem anderen Ding. Hier, du hast einen 7 € Gutschein, Bezahlvorgang. Hier, guck hier rein.
there are a reason why kids can be adopted at early ages, and parents have to have the talk with like, listen, you're adopted. They're like, oh my god, I didn't know. Unless they have like fucking green eyes or some shit, right?
There's
Like,
still problems that come from that. Even if you adopt a 6-month-old, there's issues from that, okay? But aside from that, right? That's like a cheapening. Then we have abortion, right? Where we can just terminate. If you spend enough time talking to multiple women that are pro-choice, it just comes down to like, well, when I feel like is when I should be able to terminate. The consequence of abortion logic has trickled down to medical assistance in dying. We in the West just don't have an appreciation for the sanctity of life. And the conversation, like the surrogacy conversation plays into that. So we keep just trying to find ways to commodify and play God. Then we're gonna like sit here and whine about the consequences.
You have to,
of it
yeah.
after
It's
the
you
fact.
can't.
Humanity.
You're begging the question on some of these things. Like you say, like you keep saying things that don't mean anything. Like like playing God. When we give type 1 diabetics, it means playing God. No. It means nothing to you either, right? Because if you go and have birth and you get an epidural, is that playing God? Or if you've got somebody that's getting insulin, is that playing God? Or we've got somebody on the panel that's had oncology treatments, has had chemotherapy or radiation. Is that playing God? Like we play God all the time in a ton of different ways, right? Your face doesn't look like that.
Der Kreditanstalt von BAföG melden, wenn du umgezogen bist, nachdem du BAföG bezogen hast, damit die dich finden.
Kurz aufgehört.
Drawing the line about where
yeah, like your face, you've got makeup on your face.
Ich muss morgen um 4:30 aufstehen. Ich fahre morgen nach Österreich.
My hair is not naturally blue. Like we alter human experience and existence and medical outcomes and everything all the fucking time. There are a lot of babies that shouldn't live.
Früher ins Bett, aber ich kann dann eh nicht pennen, weil es ist so dumm, gell? Ja, aber wenn du halt weißt, dass du dann um 4:30 aufstehen musst und ich dann 4 Stunden Auto fahren muss. Ja, aufwachen ist für mich kein Problem. Ich fühle mich dann halt einfach wie scheiße. Die arbeitet, die Nachtschicht, die ist jetzt arbeiten, die kommt da schon um 7 heim, da bin ich schon weg. Ich gehe mit meinem Bruder. Meinem Bruder und meinem Neffen, das haben wir meinem Neffen zum Geburtstag geschenkt.
Do because of like neonatal treatments we have. Like we play God in all sorts of different ways. The onus is on you to say why it's wrong. You can't just say like it's wrong because it's playing God, because we play God in all sorts of different ways.
I don't think that any of the examples you gave can be compared to a human life that is it's own human life with its own unique DNA sequence. I don't think these are the same thing.
What?
And I
the
think
medical example absolutely is, because if I didn't have medical intervention and play God with my treatments, then that's my life that wouldn't be here.
There's no other human that was involved in that, right? Like we're breaking down.
But if we're talking
human
about the
life to
safety
convenience
of life and we want to just let it be in God's hands, then we shouldn't ever intervene in these situations. According
I'm talking about a human life with potential. You guys are talking about like unrelated medical interventions, and I'm explaining how like this logic has leaked out.
I'm
in other
also
ways in
talking about a
society.
human life.
Not like a separate, like, where's the baby?
Well, can I ask then, Allie? So, you have your husband. He passes out. He doesn't have a DNR or anything. You don't know. Just flow with me in this hypothetical, please. You have to make a medical decision for him in aftercare. Like you are making decisions, medical decisions, to affect another human life that might be deleterious. They might have bad consequences. Are you just not going to choose to save the person you love because, you know, maybe there's going to be some pain down the road? Like that's playing with another human life, is it not?
Yes, but I wouldn't.
So what's
was
the
specifically
difference?
talking about babies. Now, my
Oh,
husband's
it's babies.
life.
What age is it okay to play with a human life?
I don't, I don't think we're being reasonable here. We're comparing somebody who's in an accident that was out of their control, right? We're comparing that to a new human life with potential. However, if my
Do they have
husband,
control over that?
I am
Does the
answering his
new
question.
human-
I'm answering his question. So if the doctors tell me that my husband still has human potential, because they're going to tell me if there's like brain death or not. If they tell me that he still has human potential, then I'm going to make decisions to extend his life. But if they're looking at me and they're telling me that he's brain dead, he wouldn't want me to extend his life. Like, that's the difference. It's about potential, and we're nailing down human life and its potential and its value down to convenience. And we can see that in other ways. Like, why does the palliative care conversation even end up entering majority of the time when I talk about things like abortion or surrogacy? Like, it's just cheapening human life. Like, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, but Lactoid TV could chime in, because I feel like maybe we share similar things here.
This is a topic that it's kind of your opinion. I'm gonna let you go ahead and roll with it.
Wow, Wick.
I think that there are like things that are manipulative, or we can think of things that involve like using people and or can be manipulative in other ways. Like, I think sex work is a great example. I'm not super sold on the whole surrogacy thing, though. I'm sorry. As long as it's a child being born, I can't, like, as long as a child has a good home and is being cared for and has that initial mother son or daughter bonding at the beginning couple months, it seems like you're respecting the life at that point, right?
You're talking about, like, you would be okay with surrogacy because it's bonded with the mom initially or something like that?
Yeah, as long as the kid was because the issue here is like broken houses, right? If the kid is coming up in a terrible house, regardless of surrogacy or a natural birth or anything like this, I think this would be the problem. But if you have a child born to like a surrogate mother, and then basically given to like the mother right away, and the mother takes care of the kid, breastfeed the kid, builds a bond there throughout the first like 5-6 months or to a year or 3 years of their life, it would seem to me like the critical part of like motherhood is sort of accomplished. So
this is, I mean, no. Like, what the hell?
Destroyed. You
Like,
sound pretty feminine
what?
right now, Lactoid. Haha, got him.
I don't even, here's the thing, like, you get the first 5 years of life to, permanently set this child up and give them a foundation. Whether you adopt children that are born, a couple months after, or, like 6 months, or like several years down the road, they still have like trauma and attachment issues, and adoptive parents don't even find out until like sometimes several years down the road, if that. So like, there's still damage being done. My perspective is, why do we even need to do the surrogacy? And we don't need to inflict this pain on children. Like, that sounds like child abuse to me.
So, and this is where I'm totally open to being convinced. Like, I've seen a lot of empirical evidence on why single parent households are bad. I haven't really seen any evidence that surrogacy has these same issues.
I think
I'm not trying to go hard at you. I'm just saying.
I think the issue is that if you're talking on a spiritual level, I think that the issue is that there is like a fundamental role that a woman has in bringing a child into this world, and it starts at the moment of conception, and it doesn't end at delivery. It goes all the way to the death of, unfortunately, the child, or ideally the mother, right? That there's this whole thing in parenting that's involved in creating and birthing and raising and having a child, and that when we try to put too many things in between that process, that we cheapen the overall integrity of the process by making it hyper convenient at different points. So like, in the same way that you might cheapen the process of raising a child by giving them an iPad all the time, you might cheapen the process of motherhood by offloading all of the labor onto somebody else that like economically would choose otherwise. I think it's like the argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's not like it's an option for your average woman. You know what I mean? Like, these are typically wealthy women that are doing this thing in the first place. It is cheap, right? I mean, here's the thing. When we can do some celebrity examples. Priyanka Chopra, she's older, married to Nick Jonas, I think. She wanted surrogacy not because she was infertile or anything like that. She made it very well known that she's fertile. Their schedules simply did not match up with her ovulation window. That's cheap. If you don't have, like, if you are not even willing to go through what it takes to like labor and have a child, and you have the ability to, it seems really weird that you'd rent somebody out for that. You know what I mean? Like, adoption, obviously a very valid thing, but also like, we are still neglecting that there is a possibility that children in these circumstances are being abused. They're being,
I think at the end of the day,
from the arms
I think
of a mother.
we would just need like some kind of empirical evidence of that. Like, are children born to surrogacy having like these huge traumatic issues? Like, my guess is the outcomes for them are probably way better than the norm, because it's parents that are electing to have them via surrogacy who are wealthy and everything too. Like, these are probably the children of the best. It's kind of like how I think children tend to do better in gay households because you have to adopt, and it's the idea that you have to jump through so many hoops to go through the adoption process that just by default, like, those children are going to end up doing better, not because gay parents are better, but just because of the selection process involved.
In the same way, yeah, you have to want this child so badly that you're going through all of these other obstacles to bring them into the world. There's good chance that you're also going to be taking steps to make sure that they have all the resources they need to grow up in a happy and healthy way.
So
It's not the same.
Go ahead,
Like I've
respond, and then
actually
I have a question.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. Like I've actually been pregnant. Like they go through things and they go through fears too, but there's certain things that they're not going to experience. And again, like I still think adoption is valid. This is not to negate adoption. I'm specifically talking about surrogacy. They don't know what that is to bear that physical toll with that baby inside of them. That's a lot of psychological, emotional, well, that would be the same thing as psychological. There's a lot of emotional and physical expenditure and bonding that they're not having with that child. And how many women are we seeing? And it's not like it's the masses, but there have been enough women that are surrogates that come out on TikTok and talk about these awful experiences that mirror experiences when like the wealthy used to adopt, when things were like way crappier regulation wise, where they kind of let them know like, hey, you're staff. This is our baby. Like one TikTok that I just recently saw with a surrogate, they wanted the mother to wait for labor. And she said, no, I can't wait for labor. I have to induce because the baby is their life is going to be threatened. And the surrogate couple was upset with her. Or we see, there was another
These are
picture
examples.
that I
All
saw.
of us would be opposed to that, though, right? Obviously, every single person here would be opposed to a surrogate mother being forced to carry somebody in an unhealthy condition, right?
Right, but like we see these examples that I simply need not be. There's other examples where we see like two gay men, they're taking a picture in the labor bed with the newborn baby. Why are they in the labor bed in the first place? They didn't give birth in that bed. They had to like, you know, like there's a certain level of perversion that is here, and that's the cheapening of the sanctity of human life. There's larger consequences. I'm not thinking about it just like as an isolated incident. I'm thinking about like the future societal implications of it. And I think that's often what gets neglected, I want to say, by the left is unintended consequences. Because if we commodify here, what are we going to see in the future? Because surrogacy, at the way that it's being conducted now, is relatively new. So like, I don't, you know, it's going to take a while to have the data on it. But I would wager to bet that it's probably going to be a negative impact in humanity. I don't know if it's going to be overall, but we'll have to wait and see.
Can I ask? So you mentioned something earlier, and correct me if I misheard or I was wrong or whatever. But you seem to say that surrogacy cheapens womanhood or cheapens something like that, to that effect, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'd ask Lactoid as well to chime in, or the other two if you want. Like, what else has modern society done to cheapen, in your opinion, womanhood? Like, what other examples other than surrogacy can we think of? Like, we could go on surrogacy all night, I think, if we want, but I do want to kind of broaden the discussion a little bit. What do you think, Lactoid? I want you to put you back on Team Alley, maybe a little bit here. What do you think?
Ways in which society has cheapened women?
Yes, cheapened womanhood, specifically. Femininity, womanhood, things like that. You mentioned pornography earlier?
Yeah, there's a different argument for that. I do think that perhaps, maybe not, I won't go down like the surrogacy route, but perhaps these sort of, to some extent, the sort of
I'm asking you.
Cultural discouragement of motherhood as opposed to like career success. I think that does somewhat cheapen the unique experience of women. I think pornography is manipulative as well as sex work, but for other reasons. I actually think it's more manipulative
Of
against
men.
men. But yeah,
I knew
yeah,
it.
like drug dealers, for example. But that's a whole different conversation we can have.
Fair enough. Okay. Would you agree with that, Madam Genevieve, that society is pushing careers on women, is cheapening your womanhood? Do you think, first of all, do you think that's happening? And second of all, do you think it's actually cheapening your, your femininity? What do you think?
I definitely don't think so. I think that, I guess, there's a lot of appeal in having a job and having a career and making your own income. So does that mean that it's being pushed on us? I don't know. It's pretty appealing to have your own bank account and to be able to buy stuff when you want to and know that you're not counting on someone else to keep a roof over your head. I think that's ultimately why most women have decided to pursue careers. I don't think it cheapens their womanhood at all. I think if anything, it gives them more security and resources to then explore like their true passions and things that they actually are interested in.
Me?
Anyone who wants to respond can.
Oh, like do jobs cheapen womanhood? no, jobs don't cheapen womanhood, right? Like, I think the thing is you know, you were saying earlier that it feels good to have your own money or something like that. There's some women that are completely okay with depending on good men. That's like a perspective to have. And I think we often have this boogeyman when it comes to women, you know, that if they get married and financially depend on a man, that they're going to be out there on their behinds. We've got tons of charities. That's one aspect. And the other thing, too, is if you are a stay-at-home wife and mom and or mom, you stand to benefit way more in divorce court than if you were employed. But as for, like, you know, a job, a profession, making a woman masculine, that's not true. Like a Proverbs 31 woman, if you want to get biblical about it, she worked. She just kept the family as a priority. And men should be keeping the family as the priority as well. Like, that's not healthy for anybody. Aside from that, I think American women just want to look for all kinds of different excuses about why they can't be, you know, functional in a relationship. Like, oh, I can't be feminine for you because I have this job. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You know, there's lots of women that work and still treat their men like men.
I guess to elaborate a little bit more what I said, I'm not necessarily talking about like jobs in general. I had brought up in a discussion yesterday with somebody, I brought up all the stats that show that, you know, especially after following birth, you know, being home with the child and you know, breastfeeding is recommended by the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics consistently for both the, you know, physical and emotional well-being of the child. And I brought up how that is a reason, right? That could be a reason why motherhood is something that you know, should be done, I guess. And the very first response I got was, well, that's going to increase the wage gap, right? That's going to mean that women are taking breaks from their career, not making as much money. The fact that that was the response, I think, is sort of what I'm pointing to where the value that is there is sort of kind of being put aside for the greater feminist narrative.
Das ist das Essen, der bestellt, als ob der sich aus seinem Stuhl wegbewegen müsste.
Ja, ich weiß nicht, was dein Problem ist.
And we're willing to sacrifice what's best for our children to do so. I think that does cheapen motherhood, personally.
Wenn man sie zelebrisiert,
We need it all. We gotta have it all. The world has to give us it all. We've already been relieved of the miracle, of the burden of childbirth. Okay, so we have like birth control. We have economic autonomy. It's like nonsense to me. How much more do women want, right? And
warst du auch auf der Pro-Demo?
Because women just aren't having kids. Okay,
Zug,
50.1%
Pro-Russland-Zug
of women in the UK
in
are
Jena,
childless by age 30.
Nigeria.
That's unprecedented. Childbearing ends at some point, right? You will have
kann ich
the
mir schon
second
vorstellen.
half of life, and you're probably going to want to work.
Matze ist schon
Unless you're just going to
committed.
be shuffling your kids around, taking them to different like events, sporting events, what have you. A lot of women end up, you know, working either from home or out there in the regular workplace after they raise children. But you know, I think that we lack that perspective because we're just not really doing it a whole lot. And also, women who decide to take a break from the job market and have children.
Verstehe halt auch nicht, was
they're not
Johannes
often
hat,
out there
ne?
streaming. Like, there's a reason why there's not a whole lot of conservative moms online. It's because they have stuff to do. Same thing with conservative fathers as well.
Du bist halt einfach, du bist der Einzige, der von uns hier mal eine radikale Partei gewählt hat. Ist dir das eigentlich
Okay, well,
bewusst?
I'm not trying to be mean.
Ja, jetzt komm, was ist deine Ausrede? Sag's mir. Du hast die Linken gewählt. Linken. Links. Ja, doch, ja. Das erste Mal habe ich gar nicht gewählt und dann CDU.
Die NPD-Wähler. Philipp wählt halt gern die NPD und AfD.
Die NPD konnte ich ja nicht wählen. Die kann man ja nur, in welchem Bundesland kann man nicht NPD wählen? Das sind ja nur 2 oder so, oder?
Nö, du kannst NPD überall wählen, oder nicht?
Nö, oder?
Ja. Die existiert nicht mehr, also zumindest auf dem Papier.
Doch, die vertan sich immer als christliche Bibelpartei. Ich frage mich immer, was das für ein Witz ist.
Die Partei der bibeltreuen Christen.
Ich weiß nicht, wie die heißt, die so genau. Ich weiß nicht, wie die genau
Ja,
heißt.
die wählen meine Eltern bestimmt.
Als ob die sind orthodox, die dürfen das nicht wählen. Die hassen
Meine
sich.
Eltern sind nicht orthodox.
Nicht orthodox.
Nein, waren auch noch nie orthodox. Klar warst du.
Ja, das kann ich ja nicht wissen. Nee, Orthodoxe dürfen das nicht. Weil die hassen die normalen Christen.
Philipp, kein Christ hasst einen anderen Christ, du Spast.
Jetzt. Also erstens hasst jeder Katholike jeden Protestanten. Also das ist schon mal komplett Müll.
Ich würde gerade sagen, das ist vielleicht bei euch so, die so Fake-Christen sind.
Also keine Ahnung. Also Protestanten wurden bei uns früher verbrannt. Na, da muss man auch einfach mal ehrlich sein.
Dann hättest du doch als erstes gebrannt.
Ja, die sind halt einfach falsch. Das ist das
Wieso
Problem.
bist du dann weiß?
Warum weiß?
Doch mal schwarz oder so angekugelt sein.
Ich bin ja kein Protestant. Ja, natürlich bin ich Katholik. Ich bin vom edlen Blut.
Deswegen trägt er auch einen Mittelscheitel.
Hä?
Ich
Natürlich.
glaube ihm auch kein Wort.
Ich bin römisch-katholisch. Meine Mutter ist auch römisch-katholisch und mein Vater war bei diesem komischen Sektenverein wegen seiner Mutter.
Sektenverein.
Ja. Nee, die Schwächeren, nicht die.
Die schwächeren Scientology.
Ja, ich bin römisch-katholisch. Ich bin, wenn du von meiner Mutter die Familie siehst, da würde ich nichts mehr fragen. So weiter. Das Ureinwohner, Bauern des Jahrtausends waren das. Richtig klassische Bauern.
Alter. Boah, mich nervt gerade, dass ich ein bisschen Rückenschmerzen gekriegt habe, Alter. Wenn ich morgen.
Matze, beim ersten Ding, er fliegt direkt hin, alles vorbei.
Warum tut dir alles weh? Ja, das muss schon mal Sport machen, aber mir tut Seitensport weh. Das nervt mich. Boah, das wäre eine Vollkatastrophe, wenn ich morgen Rückenschmerzen habe.
Manche gehen auf wundersame selber weg.
Die gehen oft schon, wenn du einfach chillst und schläfst. Das hilft schon. Vor allem Schlaf hilft immer. Boah, ich habe jetzt richtig Hunger, ey.
mean, like maybe the decent ones. You know what I mean? Like all the moms that I respect in real life and socialize with who raise their own kids, they're not online to this capacity or this
Do you
degree.
not respect streamers? That's
Huh?
that's actually the most base thing you've said. Okay, fair enough.
Oh.
Lactoid, I
streamer.
want to.
I got Wi-Fi. That's all it is, you know.
Lactoid, I'm curious what your thoughts are on guaranteed paid parental leave. You're obviously in support of parents being able to spend time with a newborn. Do you think that should be something that's guaranteed?
So this is a situation in which I have kind of two principles that collide, where in a perfect world, yes, like I would want that, and I would want there to be cultural sort of structures and social structures that encourage people to do that and support people doing that. But that sort of conflicts with like other opinions I have as it comes to government spending, taxation. So no, I would be opposed to those policies, but I agree that
despite the fact that you stated earlier that you are in support of all of the studies and you agree with the fact that it's best for everyone involved.
Yeah, no, it is, right? And so the question is, I mean, if we want to get like really libertarian with it, like how much money can we steal to do this good thing? I would kind of step away from that. I don't want to make it a libertarian like tax theft meme discussion. But I mean, that's the reason why. It's the only reason why I'd be opposed to it.
You want women to fulfill the role of womanhood, but you don't want to create a society that allows them to comfortably do that.
Well, no, I don't want to use coercion to make it so. I would rather it be that we have a culture thus that men wouldn't just leave, right? And I think this is like when we're talking before when it was brought up,
regardless
like
of whether or not the man
hyper-masculine
leaves, a lot of women don't have guaranteed paid leave after they give birth. Like they're at risk of losing their job, whether or not the father is in the picture.
Sure, and so we should recognize though that like if that doesn't happen, that's a good thing. But there's always a trade-off. How much are we willing to do to force a good thing to happen? I'm just there's certain things I'm not willing to do if the offset is not sufficient enough, and I'm not sure it is.
I want to ask. There's another tweet, Allie. I'm sorry to pick on you a little bit.
No, it's okay.
There's another tweet you made about how sexual liberation has been a horrible failure. I don't have that tweet up right now, but
yeah,
that's the gist of it, right?
Oh yeah, like it only like I can't imagine, because if you're a forward thinker, right? Not everybody's gonna have, not everybody just has that personality type. I've always been a forward projector, so like that's what I'm saying. I constantly talk about like the slippery slope of the things that happened. So I'm just trying to think, if you're a logical thinker who could project, and the sexual liberation movement comes on the scene, and you're like, women can sleep with whoever they want, whenever they want. There's no consequence of pregnancy. They're probably not going to vet the men as much as they would if they had more skin in the game. And it's possible that a small pool of men who lack morals might take advantage of this opportunity. Like you might have been thinking in your head, this sounds like a horrible idea, right? So I think in my mind, it probably only sounded like a good idea to the ignorant, degenerates, and hopefuls. It's the only way that sounded like a good idea.
What I don't even know if this idea of a small pool of men, this weird hypergamy, I don't know if that even exists. Actually, I've taken that at face value from Red Pillars for a long time. I don't think there's ever been any data or study to support that ever. I think people draw really weird predictions off of like Tinder, where it's like 5-to-1 men to women, which is a bad environment to compare anyway. But my guess is going to be that the more degenerate society you're talking about, probably the easier it is for the average dude to get laid, because there's not as much consequence there for a woman having sex with a person.
Yeah, I think men want us to be sexually liberated as women, but you're talking about like the small pool of men. So I'm just talking like if I look at hypergamy, I don't look at it just based off of swiping on apps or anything like that. I think about, is it attractive? Yes or no question. If a man is in the top of his field for a competence hierarchy. Because you can have a competence hierarchy in multiple fronts these days because we're past the Industrial Revolution. So I think just like if you set yourself apart as a man in a group of men, then yeah, women might have a proclivity to want to be more romantic with you or to select you. So that's like my understanding of hypergamy. I know that these guys pontificate a lot about dating stats, but that also only holds true to people that use dating apps in the first place. So
sure, but I'm saying there was a huge tie-in to there being like a big consequence for sex for a woman if you're or I guess, wait, I don't even know what to do with them. Because it sounded like you were saying for the average guy, this might be a worse sexual environment, but I don't think that's the case. It's probably a better sexual environment if you're just looking to get laid.
I mean, I think there's hope for for sexless men more so now. Like, I don't think men lose with sexual liberation is kind of my thing,
Okay.
right?
So why
Because
is it
a lot of
horrible then?
guys in my chat, well, I can get there, but a lot of guys in my chat, and it's just cheapening womanhood again and sexuality again, you know, spirituality. Like, what's the point of being a person if you can buy everything about me? But like, even men in my chat, sometimes the incels, they'll come out and they'll say, well, I didn't benefit from the sexual liberation movement because like women don't want me. That's not true. Like, can you or can you not get porn on your phone at a moment's notice? Like, you have benefited from sexual liberation. Now, it's like, it can be a hindrance for the majority of men out there, but they benefited to some kind of degree. So I just don't view that to be a dub for women. I view that to be like a huge L. Louise Perry, she's a feminist herself, and she's come out and said that this stuff is trash because like the men that are worth mating with no longer want to commit to us. And so like, we're accepting these situationships as women because we'd rather have the guy than be without him. And it's nonsense. We're not even like good negotiators either, because a lot of women probably could negotiate like a more commitment or a marriage out of these guys, but they're just unlikely to do so. I just don't think sexual liberation benefited women. That's just my opinion.
I would agree, but I don't think it particularly benefited men either. I think pornography is like a pretty massive detriment on men. I do agree, like it cheapens it cheapens sexuality. I think generally speaking, it sort of put the focus on people to sort of have kind of cheap, fleeting experiences as opposed to trying to achieve some kind of, for lack of a better word, glorious end goal of, you know, something more important than just chasing a high, which essentially that's what casual sex is.
So what about the rest
So
of
cause
you
it's
think
globally
pornography? Let's focus on that for a little bit. In sexual liberation in general, do you think it's made the world a better place for you, Madam Genevieve, now that you're sexually liberated, or do you think you've taken an L here?
For me, it's a major win, obviously. For me individually, and for a lot of women that I know, the ability to choose who I have sex with, when I have sex with them, is, I mean, that's just major. I'm obviously a big proponent of bodily autonomy, and that flies right in line with it. I don't see how that could possibly not be a win for women. It just seems so obvious to me. I lack at even explaining how the ability to have choice could possibly be a bad thing.
What, like, women could choose who they slept with before?
Well, a lot of
Like,
times,
this
if we're
wasn't-
looking
this
at
wasn't
like
Saudi Arabia,
men setting up marriages for their daughters is something that happened in the United States as well.
And how are women doing choosing their marriages now? How's that going?
Wait, are we implying that it's going worse for women now than it used to be, or by what
I'm
metric?
implying that there's just like a possibility that it was helpful when we had a father in the home that he vetted them in. I'm not saying it's the end all be all. Like, we just
Wait,
have a
hold on.
bigger
Wait, what is the
burden now.
what is the? How are you evaluating that? That it was better.
Hello again.
I mean, I don't have like objective metrics about it. It's just my
Warum
opinion and
eigentlich? Da
position,
ist noch nicht
and
da,
lots of
das.
women share well on my
Well,
side
but
of
we,
things.
no, well, but you have to, even if it's
Das wäre
subjective,
schlecht,
there's
wie
some
das
subjective
stellt ist.
evaluation. Like if I say I think it's better to have 3 doors in my house instead of 1, you're gonna say why, and it's like, well, it's just
Obviously not,
subjective.
not.
Like, well, no, you probably want
I don't
more
know.
entrances to the
Well,
house. I'm
okay,
like, so
like-
why do you think it's better for
Yeah.
men to vet the partners rather than women?
Da steht's eigentlich bestellt.
I think men are more logical thinkers in a sense.
Geht
Like,
gar
if you're a
nichts an.
father, you know what I mean? Like, why do we have
Also,
this
was nicht
idea
so
that
gut, das
fathers
ist-
were evil or mean and didn't want the best for their daughters? And like, what I'm saying is,
You're
how do you
you're
think
hold on. You're
choosing-
just real quick,
Gosh.
you're normatively loading everything. So I asked, like, what's the best thing? You go, well, they chose the best thing. What is the best thing? Well, it's the father knows what's the best thing. What does the father know the best thing? What is the like? What are the things that we're selecting for? Like, what traits?
Oh.
What particular things do we think the father is selecting
Yeah.
for that the woman is too stupid to select for? That's what I'm asking about.
Okay. So like, when women are young, we have a hard time differentiating between competent fearlessness and then fearless recklessness, I believe it's called. So like, if a man is just confident where he's like faking the funk, we'll buy into it when we're young because we just think that that's so impressive.
Diese
Right?
Woche
Whereas
ist schon
our
LEC
fathers probably
Finals,
would
ne?
be
Die
able
spielen
to
alles
see
3,
through
ne?
that and say, you know, he talks a big
Am
game, but
best
he
of
doesn't
5s.
actually have the receipts for it. When women get
wir
older, we're
spielen
able
jetzt
to see through
alle
that
die
a little bit
letzten
better, and we're
Ja,
able
ja.
to
zwei
choose
Matches, ne?
mates based off of that if we still have an
Freitag
opportunity.
best
But
of
like,
5, Samstag
we
best
just
of
have this
5 und Sonntag
constant
best of 5.
lens about how fathers used to be or were or even are today, that they're malicious and oppressive and that they wouldn't consider their daughter when they chose these mates. Have there been bad things that happened in arranged marriages? Absolutely. Right. And I wouldn't say that like, you know, that overwhelmingly happened in the United States of America.
Yeah,
But I'm not sure that women are doing that well with the men that they're choosing of their own volition. And now, if you have a father, because you still choose as a woman, right? Now, if you have a father, he chooses, if he vets your husband for you, you can ask for that. You know what I mean? So it's more of a collaborative effort.
Yeah, this is
But
like one of those.
yeah.
This is one of those cases where I have no idea how this ever ends up as gendered, right?
Du kannst
We
ja
say
schon
things
wieder
like
keine Lobby
fathers know
aufmachen.
better than their daughters. But that's just such a weird. Why
Aber
not just say like
ausgegraut schon wieder.
parents will probably know
Was ist das
more
eigentlich für ein Bug?
about
Der
their
ist auch
children's
schon seit
partners than the
Ewigkeiten
children
drin.
will. That seems to be ubiquitously true. A father is going to know more than his son about a particular partner. A mother is going to know more than her son about a particular partner. I have no idea how this ends up as a contender thing. But also, a parent's feedback on a particular thing is way different than a parent selecting a mate, right? Like I imagine parents are always going to be giving feedback. They always do because they're parents. They can't help it. But the thing is there might be traits that the father selects for that the daughter doesn't necessarily want, right? Like parents select for careers that their children don't want, right? For parents pushing children into like being lawyers or doctors, and their children would rather do something else. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's always good to solicit feedback from parents. I don't think anybody, like an older person is almost always going to know better than a younger person what's good for them in some regards. But I don't think that gets us any closer to like having old style like arranged marriages or parents actually like picking your partner for you.
I just think that it's the common notion that was just always inherently oppressive, as if it's not possible that fathers had the best interests of their daughters in mind. You know, whether or not mistakes were made. Now, like if abuse happens, that's an entirely different conversation, because I have seen women who had arranged marriages and they came out and there was abuse and the parents were like, well, you know, we're not going to help you escape the situation. And I think that that's crazy, right? But that was more so the point that I was making, is that it's a bias to just assume that men were choosing not, you know, helpful, beneficial mates for their daughters. I'm sure that they loved their daughters.
Yeah, I don't think that
And
was. Go
that
ahead,
wasn't my
Madison.
point, that fathers are always going to make a choice for their daughter without considering her best interest. I think the majority of parents want what's best for their children as a general rule. Regardless, even in a scenario where a father or parents arrange a marriage with somebody who is an upstanding citizen who is not abusive, that doesn't mean that they're going to be the ideal partner for the other person in the marriage. It could still be a very unhappy, unfulfilling, unsatisfying, depressing experience, even if there's no abuse, because maybe you just don't have anything in common with that person. Maybe you don't have a good chemistry. Like there are things beyond
neues
just,
Game raus, Jungs.
well, they're not going to select somebody who's abusive. Like, yeah, but
Single-Player-Game.
only the two people involved can really tell if there's
Keine Ahnung, haben nur einen Trailer released.
connection and mutual attraction, and that's why it's important for those two people to be the ones that are making the decision.
Nee, sag ich
Yeah,
jetzt
I
nicht,
guess
wenn
my
es
question
toxisch
is
ist.
about how. Sorry.
The mage
I'm just confused about how sexual liberation.
Achso, ich dachte, das ist
plays
ein komischer
into,
Trailer für
you know, like,
Silas oder sowas.
because women are sexually liberated, their fathers stop choosing husbands for them. Like, I'm a little bit
Dude.
confused. I don't even. I
Johannes,
don't know the American history
noch
of
eins
that. I
machen?
have like a Spaniard history from my own personal
Wolltest
like
du auch
lineage,
eins
but
machen?
I don't
Oder
understand.
Nee, ich glaube, ich gehe jetzt auch Serie gucken.
Yeah, look, to the point that if sexual liberation ended child marriages or child arranged marriages, I'm not going to disagree.
Vor allem,
Do I think sexual liberation did that?
Bitches.
I don't think so. But yeah, child marriages are bad. We shouldn't be marrying off kids. We should be letting adults choose who they marry. That's sure baseline. One of the Wick, you know, you asked about pornography, and this is something that I wanted to touch on because so often and
Mach gar nichts. Was ist jetzt schon wieder los, Johannes?
and I understand why this happens, but we look at sexual liberation and these topics generally insofar as sort of a gynocentric mentality of how does it hurt women. But I think pornography is something, and sex work, which I think are both have been contributed to by sexual liberation and I guess revolution. Both of these things, I guess in my mind, I fail to see how they don't hurt men, how they're not manipulative against men, because you literally have people, like in the same way drug dealers do, who are hijacking the reward centers that exist within men, like sort of like the lizard brains, and fueling that in ways that are detrimental to their customers. Drug dealers do the exact same. I mean, in my view, this is a harm, and I haven't really heard any strong, like from that particular element, I haven't heard any strong argument against it. We always like, and I agree that like sex workers can be manipulated by pimps and higher up people, and that's wrong. But that also exists in the drug trade, right? Like local level drug dealers are often manipulated or controlled by higher level dealers who then go back to the cartel and all this stuff. Sure, but they are still on the ground level manipulating their customers into doing something that's not good for them by hijacking those serotonin and dopamine receptors in your brain. That's not good. It's not a good thing. It shouldn't be encouraged.
Does anyone here believe that pornography or sex work has had a positive effect on men, or are we all kind of in agreement that?
Yeah, I think it's based. I think it's cool. It's fun to masturbate to things. It's a recreational activity that we have access to today that we didn't have in the past. I think it's cool.
And I think sex work provides a lot of value to society, as it always has for like the entire existence of humans.
Can you give me an example?
But for example, actually, Lactoid, you're mentioning maybe people who have sex addiction or who are pursuing sex work, pornography in an unhealthy way, with completely skating over the other end of the client spectrum, which could be like disabled men, widowed men, elderly men who otherwise don't have any physical touch or sense of intimacy. And there's a lot of positives in providing that to any human. We all benefit from touch and from intimacy. It's a very useful service.
To me, this sounds like, again, like drug dealer apologetics, right? Well, I've talked to these people, right? Like in my career and online, people who sell drugs. And the first thing is, well, not all of them are addicts, right? But the reality is twofold. First of all, this industry preys and profits off of addicts, right? So every time you contribute to it, you're funding that. You're building up that industry and making it more powerful to take advantage of the addicts. But then on top of that, even for people who are non-addicted, you can't tell me that somebody wouldn't be better suited spending their time and money, especially if they're like a poor person or a working class person, spending that time and money doing things that are, grow themselves as a person, help their family. A lot of times it's married men that are doing this, which is, causes marital strife and infidelity is not a good thing. So I'm taking a look at the whole industry. Yeah, could you find like in a vacuum some perfect man that's actually benefited from doing this? In the same way that perhaps you could find somebody who's genuinely benefiting from like cigarettes, right? If I recall, there's one stomach disorder where if you smoke, it actually alleviates some of the symptoms. Sure, you can find me like an example, but the reality is for the vast majority of people who are sort of same thing with like smoking or drug use, sort of pushed into buying this service, it doesn't benefit them, right? The studies I've seen indicate that men who purchase sex work consistently rank themselves psychologically lower than other men, and they also rate themselves lower after buying sex work than before buying sex work, right? It increases risk of STDs, it's a financial drain, it's bad on every level.
You're describing every single hobby ever, right? Like, in terms of things that, like, it profits off of addicts, that's video games. Things where you'd be better spent doing anything else with your time, that's video games. Things where you might feel like shit afterwards, that's League of Legends. Like you can apply this across so many different. You can apply it to all of gambling. You can apply it to all of watching TV or like almost everything that this can be applied to. The reality is like all things in life, things have a balance. If you drink too much water, you can die from having like an imbalance of electrolytes in your bloodstream, right? Obviously, there are going to be some negative things if you engage with something in a negative manner, but just like video games, just like TV, just like movies, just like every form of entertainment, you have to engage with it in a responsible manner. I don't think it's fair to say that this is intrinsic to an engagement with porn. If you're somebody that watches porn, has an orgasm, and then goes to sleep, and it doesn't, and you don't like get obsessed with it, then you've had a positive engagement with that hobby, same way you would with scrolling TikTok or watching TV. Or you can engage with it in a negative way, but I don't think that speaks intrinsically to the harms of the industry.
It is intrinsic, it's just not unique, right? So I agree with you. You can point to a number of other things. Gambling you brought up. I think gambling is a great example. Gambling is an example that I think is like a predatory industry. You have people who quite literally are trying to figure out how do we get people in and how do we take their money in ways that are disadvantageous to them, things that don't benefit them overall, things that kind of eat away at
Die meisten usable Items, die sellen doch für fast gar nichts. Ich glaube 400 weniger oder so. Das ist nicht der volle Welt, das weiß ich ja. das kann sein.
Such a busy world. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Wait until my seeds take root.
Irgendwas zwischen den Zehen, das ging aus.
Come closer.
Diana full cleared. Geil, wo die Stadt, die kennt die nie. Vor allem, wie ihr könnt, ist unmöglich, jetzt Serafina. Egal. Hier den besseren Push. Okay. Geht um den First Push. Listen. Level überstanden. Das ist ja richtig.
So much more to see. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy world. Careful steps. This harmless flower. So much more to see.
Ja, ich muss gleich rein, okay. Ich bin voll.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Name's Ezreal. E-Z. Oh, you're dead.
Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy world.
Blast some gauntlet.
Wait until the snakes take root.
And Ezreal is
Come closer. Ally has been slain.
Jo, bringt mir nichts.
A promising garden. Take careful steps. Just a harmless flower. So much more to see. An enemy has been slain.
Oh Mann, warum? 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 Ich verstehe es nicht. Ich will es nicht verstehen. Warum muss ich suffern? Warum wird mir die komplette Wave geklaut, Mann? Weil du irgendwie denkst, dann scheiß dummen Dreckstower und es ist das halbe Bladen. So dumm. Das ist Gescheiß. Natürlich, sie wissen ja, die haben die Mitte gesehen. Und Barrel, Harry.
Such a double kill. My prey thinks itself clever. Wait until my seeds take root.
Ach, Mann! Einmal Lenkspiel. Das ist mir irgendein Fick in deine Spiel, Alter. Fucking Support.
Closer.
Kann man denn so schlecht verlieren? Wie das mit der Ulti nicht machen?
Take careful steps.
You're so fucking trash! Bloß 10 Ganks kriegen! Nein! Das Ding, ey.
So much more to see. Things aren't always will fall soon.
So, kann ich.
Such a busy world. Wait until my seeds take root.
Ich hab keine Lust mehr! Mein Ding kommt mich so an! Ja, ich hab keine Lust mehr zu spielen. Das hat keinen Sinn, Mann.
Has destroyed a turret. Holds many surprises. Has destroyed Take careful steps.
Fucking nicht ein einziges fucking Hurensohn SS schon wieder in dem kompletten Game, Alter. Okay. Okay.
An enemy has been slain. So much more to see. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path. Such a pity. Your team has destroyed a turret. Wait until my seed. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Shut down. Come closer. Ally has been slain. Call to me. The forest holds many surprises. Where I want you to be. We're fine. A promising garden. Your turret has been destroyed.
User joined your channel.
Just wait. Take careful steps.
Ah, ja, keine Lust mehr, Mann. Ohne Spaß. Als ob.
Just a harmless flower. So much more to see. Double kill. Triple kill. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy world. Wait until my seeds grow. lurks beneath the surface. Just a harmless flower. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Your team has destroyed a turret. None will escape my grasp. Wait until my seeds take root. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Come closer. The forest holds many surprises.
Kein Weg durch weg.
Your turret has been destroyed. Just a harmless flower. Just wait. An enemy has been slain. That's fine. Things aren't always what they seem. Adventure could be until my seeds take root. Come closer. The forest holds many surprises. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. A promising ally. Your team has destroyed a turret. There, just a harmless flower. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. So much more to see. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path. An enemy has been slain. Such a busy world. Just a night. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Cleared until I see a root. A kill. Your team has destroyed a
important structures in their life and don't make them a better person for it. You could point to things like, so I think drug use is an example, alcohol to some extent, cigarettes, there's plenty of other things. It's not unique to sex work, but sex work is part of this. And I see so often that sex work is sort of like portrayed as a positive, when in reality it is a negative. And that doesn't mean like ban it, or that doesn't mean you can't do it, but it means just acknowledge that you shouldn't be doing it, and acknowledge that this is somewhat of a kind of disgusting, manipulative industry. In the same way, like the tobacco industry is,
I mean, I feel like
a disgusting, manipulative industry.
There's so many things here that you're bringing up that's like, it's just so sad. Like you said, like drug use. Drugs are awesome. There are so many fun drugs you can do and have a fun. Yes, they're so cool. There are so many fun drugs you can do and have a responsible engagement with them and have a fun time you can have on a particular drug that you can't have on anything else. The idea of writing all of it off because people can abuse it is, I mean, you've listed alcohol and cigarettes here. I mean, some people abuse coffee. There are people, I don't know if this is true of every industry, but in jobs that I've worked, there are people that are fucking assholes in the morning if they haven't had their cup of coffee. If it was a meth head saying, I'm going to treat you like shit until I have meth, people look at him like crazy. But if it's a coffee addict who's like, if I don't have my coffee, I'd be a piece of shit, you're like, oh, that's fine. Like, I think there are tons of drugs, and I would say that's an unhealthy engagement with a drug, by the way. But like, there are tons of things that we can use in positive ways and in negative ways. Just because there are negative things to them doesn't mean that they're intrinsically bad. Again, even
look at the aggregate, though. Look at the aggregate. Does coffee on aggregate, maybe you could show me like studies that indicate that on aggregate, coffee is not a good thing for the American populace to be doing. And if you could show that, then I would agree. The coffee industry is like not a good industry, and we probably shouldn't be encouraging it.
On the aggregate, off of this. I mean, it depends on what you
mean.
On
the aggregate, drugs are not good for society. On aggregate, American society would be better without any drugs.
I mean, it depends on what you mean. Like on the aggregate, I mean, you could probably argue that caffeine's not good, that we should never have it introduced to us ever, that it should only be used sparingly, maybe. But a lot of people like drinking coffee, and a lot of people manage that drug use because it's a way that, makes them happy. And I mean, like, we can argue that we ought to create this pure society where there are no vices whatsoever, or no recreational thing whatsoever. But I think that's unrealistic, and I think it's untenable. I think that the better thing is probably to say, like, there are going to be some vices, and we should engage with them in a responsible manner. Sometimes drinking is fun. Sometimes doing acid, MDMA, LSD, mushrooms, cocaine, whatever. These things can be fun things to do in occasion. Sometimes having a good cigar can be fun in occasion. But the idea that we're going to get rid of all these things that aren't like consistently self-improving our lives, I don't think is a realistic look for any human being.
I'm not saying get rid of them overnight, okay?
Well, at all.
And for the people who have a problem, like, I'm perfectly fine with saying, look, you should like tone it down. You should do it more responsibly. But the reality is, you would never tell like a non-drinker who's like functional and don't start drinking, right? You shouldn't.
I would. Hell yeah! I'd say, let's fucking go drink it. It'll be fucking fun. Yeah.
Sure. So you might, but from what the numbers that I've seen, alcohol is not a good does not provide a good social function for America.
Alcohol provides an awesome social function.
No, it doesn't though. When you look at like all the costs associated with it, when you look at the crime that stems from that, when you look at all of the bad things in America that come from drinking, the diseases, the mortality rates, same thing with fast food.
What about the benefits?
These are
of
things
alcohol?
that people. Yeah. The benefits are dramatically outweighed by their negatives.
But
this is the same thing with sex work.
You're processing things as a Sure, but you're processing things as a robot. Like, you're giving me like these net negatives, and you're pretending like no positive exists. Like, you're completely discounting the subjective fundamental experiences being altered by every person. That there's a reason why people do these things, and it's not just because they love the negatives. It's because there's a lot of positives associated with them as well. But
I'm not saying you should be stopped from doing it. I'm just saying it should be discouraged to do things that don't benefit you in the long run, right? You're literally sacrificing your long-term well-being to satisfy the lizard brain, right? It's anti-human.
I want to get the other people, the ladies in here, and Ali's been chomping at the bit. So
yeah, Lactoid's been dominating this conversation. Get him out of here. True.
You ready?
Okay, so, hoes gonna hoe. There's always been hoes.
Hell
what
yeah.
Can you do?
Based.
Right? They come from broken homes, usually. So, like, we can't really do anything about them. Like, I know that people want to all-out ban, like prostitutes and stuff like that. Very wishful thinking. Super wishful thinking. When it comes to porn, I also believe that that's something that Christian conservatives will neglect, is that it's probably kept a lot more sexless married men in marriages than it's broken up marriages. That's a perspective. I'm not arguing like morality in that sense. And the other perspective that I have on porn is the average age of exposure right now is 11 years old. Parents can't actually advise their children about porn or how easily accessible it is. It's my opinion that maybe one day Pornhub will probably be taken down because I don't think they age verify their actresses, and they're also not age verifying their users. The fact that this is legal
They do age verify their actresses.
Right. Well, I worked in an adult couple store. I don't think it's that hard to get a fake if you really wanted to.
If you have to get a fake, then that means
the largest adult industry companies in the world, and most of them in this day and age are very good at verifying.
And also, if you have to get a fake, by definition, there's verification, because you need a fake to pass the verification, right?
They don't verify the users, though, right?
Yeah, right. So they're not verifying the users that are viewing it. That's the other ethical problem that it poses, right? I don't know.
No, that's your
I mean,
point. You brought up the actresses, but what you mean is the users.
Well, I mean, are we gonna like pretend like these actresses?
I'm
aren't
just
traumatized
saying, you're
in some
making
way,
claims
shape,
that
or
are not
form?
true. You're claiming that they don't verify the age on Pornhub, and that's demonstrably, provably incorrect.
Also, I don't think it's true
but
that
they
the
had
average.
a scandal, did they not? They had a scandal because they weren't age verifying some women that were underage.
No, I think the
Have they
scandal.
resolved that? Have they resolved that? Your statement is
but
that
it
they do
happened,
not,
yeah.
which would
But it
imply
happened.
that they
But it
have not
happened?
heard it. They have
There's been a
heard
lot.
it.
There's been bars that haven't verified correctly. Like, everybody has problems with age verification. That's not a reason to write off an entire. There have been casinos that
It's
haven't
an
done it.
issue. I was just saying that it was an issue.
It's an issue with everything, but it's not a mark against something. It's not like it's endemic to the industry or it's intrinsic to porn work that they're never going to verify an age. That's obviously not true.
Right, I didn't
the
say never.
users is
I
a
didn't
problem
say
now.
never. I said it was an issue. That's
Also,
what
you
happens
keep
with
repeating this thing.
actresses.
People that are actresses, I don't think have higher rates of like abuse or anything than other people. I don't think that's necessarily true. The people that are
That's
doing
a
this on
false,
OnlyFans.
yeah, that's an absolute false narrative.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure they're
mean,
like very mentally stable getting ran through on camera, like just the most mentally stable women of all time. Aside from that, the average age
You can't
of
just appeal to
exposure-
emotion and hand wave it. I mean, the data is the data. I mean, if you
Right,
have
right,
to
okay,
otherwise,
awesome.
that's fine.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
Just like the most upstanding citizens who like don't have anything holding them back in life are out there on camera, sure.
Or like the most upstanding citizens who may think that if they get fucked by too many dicks, they have no value as a human being. Like, who's more mentally sane at that point? Like,
Well,
does
I'm
somebody
pretty sure
that-
sex workers rate pretty low on like mental stability compared to other
So
demographics.
like, I'm
I
still
haven't
kind
seen
of
it,
on
but-
the tip of the average age of
Interesting.
exposure being 11.
Sure.
Does
Okay. Yeah, we're
anybody
gonna.
care about
I know,
that?
but yeah, we can get there. But I'm just saying that like you're
yeah,
very
let's
quick to
talk
write
about
off. You're
not
very quick to
giving
write off.
children access to technology when they're that young. I think that's a really good option. Let's be more involved hands-on parents overall. Let's talk about childhood development programs being more accessible for low-income people. There are a lot of things we can talk about here that's not specifically relevant to pornography existing, but rather the fact that we need more involved parents.
Right, we do need more involved parents. They can't catch up to technology. And also parents are very much in denial about these things. I think that is true. If anybody's curious, watch this documentary called Childhood 2.0. My point is the average age of exposure for boys is 11, right? And just based off of that alone, I would just choose to never do sex work as a woman or a man. Both sexes. I would just never do it just because of that age of exposure. And there's no age verification of the user. I still think, that Pornhub scandal did happen. Did they fix it? Yeah, but they had to get caught first, did they not? Right? And
Is
there's
that
other
how
women
most
too.
people address problems? As it becomes something they're made aware of, and then they can like take steps to resolve it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Porn's just
if
the
there's
best,
like a
and it's
problem
not
or some
mentally ill women
illegal
doing it.
activity, and you find out that it's happening,
he's-
and you take actions to make it not happen anymore, that feels pretty responsible.
Yeah, like all my friends that are married with PhDs that are women, just like have the best lives ever, raising children. They're on there getting
True.
just
And what are the
gangbanged
wealthiest men in
on
society
Instagram.
doing? Taking flights to Epstein Island to go and kids. Like, I mean, come on. Like, we can play
don't
this
like
game of
them either.
stereotypes all
I'm just
day.
saying,
You
like-
can play the stereotype games all
you
day. Your
know-
friends have PhDs. Are they going to be teachers? Aren't teachers the ones that molest kids the most out of any society? I hope they don't go anywhere near grade school. Like, you can play the stereotype game all you want. But it doesn't get us anywhere unless we want to appeal to facts and fiction. Like, there are a whole bunch of parts of the conservative mindset towards approaching female sexuality that, in my opinion, make you insanely mentally unstable. Right? The
Excuse
idea
me,
that
sir,
like
I'm
the
all
idea.
about women getting their.
the
I'm
idea-
about women getting their backs broken by their husbands. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what
you
you're
think
talking
that
about.
it's a violation of the sanctity of life to use a surrogate f***ing womb. That's an insane
But that doesn't have
proposition
to do
me.
anything about a G-spot
I
orgasm
don't-
between a man and his wife.
It doesn't matter, okay? I'm just saying that like you can't keep deriding and writing off sex workers when you yourself inhabit a whole bunch of areas that a lot of people, I think, could, with compelling argumentation, say are f***ing insane. It's not fair to just claim like mentally insane women that are doing sex work. I know all these PhD women that blah 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 blah. Like that's great, but that doesn't speak to like the broader reality of what's going on.
Yeah, but I'm not sex positive. I'm anti-promiscuity and I'm anti-women commodifying their bodies because it's going to have implications for them later. Nobody buys mature porn, okay? Like I worked at a couple store for a year. Nobody buys that. The sun sets on that one day. What life are you going to be left with once you
That's
have
a
wrinkles?
major
in your
industry.
skin?
MILF porn, MILF porn is in
Not
the
MILF.
top
I
3
said mature.
categories.
What life-
Mature.
what life does-
mature. Not
what-
popular, not gonzo, not MILF.
What life does
Mature.
every single male athlete have after their 20s or 30s? Like, I mean, there are some industries that we partake in that have ultra high risk to the body or reputation, and you can't do them forever. But the compensation is usually there for it. Women that are really successful in porn are compensated 20x more than they would be working as a barista at Starbucks. Same thing with men that endure CTE for football, or men that endure a lot of brain injuries for boxing or MMA. But I mean, like, people ought to be allowed to choose those careers if they want to, unless you have a really compelling reason for them not to. And an 11-year-old might look at porn sometimes as not a compelling reason.
Well, no, it's a compelling reason to try to stop that, right?
It's not a compelling reason not to work in the industry at all. It might be a compelling reason to like restrict children from electronic devices. But like I think TikTok is more harmful for children than porn. I would bet my life on that. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I would rather that like my son get caught like looking at porn than he's on TikTok for 12 hours a fucking day glued to a phone. I would bet my life on that it has more negative outcomes for children to be addicted to scrolling content than seeing a which children have been hunting down in Target and Sears catalogs or in Playboy magazines buried under the bed since the dawn
National
of whenever porn is. Yeah, like that. This is always. Oh yeah, the boobs and everything. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not going to deny that Chinese spyware is bad. TikTok is bad.
Or Instagram Reels. Or
yeah. I agree. Keep kids off the phones or whatever. But I do think there's something uniquely bad here when we're talking about exposing children to pornography, to sexuality at that young age.
I don't think anybody here is looking to expose children to pornography at a young age.
Real quick, we gotta let Blackwood have his say, then he can respond. Blackwood, please finish.
I'm just saying it's tolerating it. It would be similar to like if a bar in your local neighborhood was like selling beer to 11-year-olds, and you went to them and you're like, who's going to want to work at that bar? When you work at that bar, you're somewhat contributing to the problem.
Yeah, but right? I mean, like, children are gonna look, bro. I remember playing StarCraft Brood War maps when I was 12, where you drew Kerrigan naked on the mini map. It was called Kerrigan Naked. Like, kids are always gonna be. This idea that like it's uniquely damaging or whatever. Like, little boys touch their penises when they're 6 months old. Like, kids are. I know it sucks and it's weird to think about, but kids explore their sexuality at really early ages. I don't think porn is like uniquely damaging to a person's mind. Where it's like, oh my god, my 12-year-old saw porn. I don't think so.
I think you think porn is uniquely damaging, and I also don't like the argument of, well, kids are gonna be kids and get around the rules anyway, because the reality is, like, you could use we could use that argument for any kind of age gates that we have. Well, why cat bars at 21? Because some kid might sneak in with a fake ID. No, you like want to first of all demonstrate to like society that it's not good to do this, but also like weed out as many kids as possible, because we don't want kids engaging in this behavior. Pornography is not good for people generally, and it's definitely not good for children, especially when you're 12 or 11.
Lloyd, your own example is really flawed, because by that same logic, because an 11-year-old or 12-year-old kid could get access to somebody's liquor cabinet and drink that we shouldn't at all have alcohol accessible in our houses. Like, that's
bukkake compared to whiskey.
No,
bukkake compared to whiskey.
The whiskey is worse for you. Whiskey actually destroys your like life when you're a child. Like, it can destroy your brain and your development. Yeah. What do you mean?
Both are bad.
No, not both are bad.
This is a false analogy, though.
Oh, wait, well, hold on. First of all, you compared it.
Nobody should participate in pornography or sex work because a child might.
Hold on.
I can explain.
Hey, everyone, all of you, no one can hear you when you're all talking. I like this energy, but you got to go one at a time. Madam Genevieve, finish your point. Then you can respond. Then Destiny can go, and we can get crazy again. Go ahead.
Your argument that nobody should participate in sex work, pornography, the adult industry, because an 11-year-old might see it, absolutely can apply to alcohol or any other age-restricted item. Like, that's faulty logic.
Okay, so
I mean, I would just ethically, as an adult, right? It's like, because it's like the drug dealer thing. Okay, like, are you comfortable?
The dominant energy. I know. I'm too submissive.
Oh, I mean, I haven't really even been talking much about this particular subject, but it's just, do you want to like add to a problem, or would you prefer to take away from it? I'm not going to act like hoes are going to be abolished overnight. Like, that's not going to happen. There's always going to be broken homes. We can't do any, it is what it is, right? But
I'm just curious for you two. For Allie and
Uh-huh.
Lecter, would you rather catch your kid, you find out that your kid has been addicted to alcohol for a year at 12, or addicted to porn at 12?
These are still both really stupid examples.
I'm just kidding. They're not stupid, because kids can find and get addicted to porn, and kids can find and get addicted to alcohol. The kids can drink and early.
You're right. I agree. Like, alcohol is worse, especially for like young people.
Okay.
But here's where the analogy was misunderstood, right? So it's not like, well, you shouldn't, like, I'm not banning the sale of alcohol because some kid like might get into a liquor cabinet. In the same way, I'm not like advocating for banning pornography because like somebody might get their age verified and then let some underage kid like watch pornography. What I'm saying is, like, there's a standard here of, is the industry even setting a standard of like keeping people out, specifically children who shouldn't be engaging in this at all. the pornography industry does a terrible job at doing this in ways that the liquor industry, honestly, is a little bit better, right? You got to be 21. You got to show a state ID if you buy liquor, if you go to a bar, right? They're actually setting like restrictions. Like, we don't want kids to do this because we recognize it's bad. But with the pornography industry, there's not that same level of appreciation of how bad it is for young minds.
We can actually, if we all as a society were better at paying for our porn, we would have much better control over
Cringe.
listing. The problem, the problem is there's all this
Manipulation.
free porn everywhere that kids are able to access without any verification. On anything that has a paywall, you do generally have to verify.
Well, you can make verification like even for free, and not let people like, or I guess not mandate that people are able to like profit off of the weakness of men, right? Because that's what it is when you're making money off sex work.
They have
So you're
autonomy
looking to
stop
have
that
more
to the beginner.
regulations around age verification. That's really your issue here. Okay, cool. I also don't
That's
think
one
that
of the
minors
issues.
should be viewing porn.
And then until that
Like,
happens,
really.
until that happens, people in the porn industry are contributing to children watching this shit.
Participating in an adult activity because a child might stumble across that you think should be banned. That's how we come full circle to the alcohol thing.
Yeah, and if you're having sex in your house and there's a kid walking around, you should probably close the door, lock the door, take some kind of effort to make sure they don't come in and see you. It seems to make sense to me. The porn sites don't
I'm
do
not denying that we should take reasonable actions to limit exposure, but you're seeming to claim that the entire industry should be done away with or punished, and I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, gang, I want to respect everyone's time here. I know I said 6 to 8. I want to kind of hold to that. We are going to have call-ins after this. You are all welcome to stay. I know there's some people who've been really wanting in to sound off. So if you can stay, I'd encourage you to do so. If you can't, I understand.
If you want to see more of my degenerate takes, you can find me on Twitter at Madam Genevieve, and I also do stream on Twitch. So I hope to see you guys there.
Ali, please.
So you can find me at RealFemSapien on pretty much every platform out there. I have a Substack as well. It's mostly a girl game because I don't think women are being taught how to attract and keep the men that they want or desire. So I am trying to assist women on that front. If you would like to capitalize on, setting yourself up for, future romantic success, I don't have all the answers, but I talk to women who've been married like 20, 30 plus years. I go out and I find these women who can give you guys the answers. So if that's something that's up your alley and you're curious about traditional values, you can check out my platforms.
Lactoid, please.
If you like my takes, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. Thanks.
My YouTube is youtube.com/@wick-tv. You can also find me where I do most of my things on Twitch at twitch.tv/wicktv. We have conversations like this all the time.
Lactoid, I'm really happy that you brought up at the end the point about like closing the door if you have kids in the house when you're having sex with your partner. I'm not sure how what you're saying is a critique of the porn industry online. It sounds like an internet problem that you have an issue with, not like a porn specific issue. So I'm just interested what you have to say about that.
So it is partially an internet issue for sure, but I mean, look, the pornography industry exists primarily now on the internet. Yeah, and it's like in the same way like bars like not checking IDs. Like, is this a problem with like the liquor industry? Yeah, it's also a problem with like the smaller subset of the bar industry. So I can.
It's not really equivocal, is it? Because when you talk about sex work like IRL and stuff like that, obviously there aren't many 11-year-olds that goes to brothels and get accepted or have sex with hookers. But if a lot of the porn industry and OnlyFans and sex work is online, then it doesn't seem like you can attack the industry. You can complain about online not having proper guidelines, but that's like, we need to restructure the internet for that. I'm not sure how it's a unique critique for porn.
But that's the way the industry is marketed, is through online. Like, that's the
Okay,
only
cool.
way people get the
Allie,
media.
I have a question for you.
Wait, can I respond?
Wait,
I'm gonna respond. Hold on, I'm gonna respond to that right real quick. So.
Okay. Yeah, I was waiting and you didn't say anything. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So, I think this primarily is going to be an issue with pornography on the internet because, yeah, it is a partial internet problem, but that industry exists on the internet and continues to push what it pushes, being well aware of the fact that a lot of its customer base and a lot of its consumer base is children. Does this apply as much of a problem to like non-internet based pornography? Probably not. I do personally know multiple people who, as underage, hired prostitutes. They don't really do a lot of vetting, from what I understand. I don't have stats on like how frequently this happens. I know it does happen, and it's like a problem when it does happen. And then I guess you could also say, well, that's just a problem with people having sex with underagers. It's not even a problem with like
Wait, I don't
prostitution.
have to stay here,
I
right?
suppose like you could boil down to like every problem within an industry to like some greater problem, but the fact is that industry is involved in that the problem disproportionately.
Well, I disagree with that, but can I ask Allie a question? Wait, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Allie, you were talking about what you think masculinity is and stuff like that, and we brought up stoicism a little bit. So I have kind of an inflammatory question for you. I'm warning you in advance.
That's fine.
Cool. Do you think men who kill themselves are failing as men?
I mean, I think anyone who kills themselves in some way, shape, or form has failed as a human, right? Like, it's not like they put themselves in... It's hard to explain, right? Like, they find themselves in those situations for reasons, and it breaks my heart, and basically they die without any hope. So, I would say that, objectively, it is some kind of an L. It's not a fun conversation to have, but that's what I would say about that. But I would argue that I've probably had more experience with suicidal men than anybody on this panel, saying that I served in the military and I worked with men.
I was in the military.
Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, so I've dealt with those folks a lot more. And I would argue that a big issue is that men cannot go to other men with their problems or their burdens, or they don't feel comfortable to. So I'm not sure how we get from like stoicism to suicidality, though.
Okay, because I was just gonna explain that. I feel like a lot of the prescriptions you made about what being masculine is kind of contributes to the exact issues that make it so men end up killing themselves at higher rates. So like not getting help as much, not having as much support, like emotional support and engagement with other people, feeling the need to suppress their feelings, not seeming weak, not crying. All of these things which end up leading to men being more isolated and therefore killing themselves at higher rates, except for the fact that they also use guns.
Oh man,
which
I'm ready to go
helps.
gym, guys. Ready to.
That's like a
I'm ready
really
to-
big
I'm ready to
factor, is
bounce,
the gun
guys.
use in the first place.
Yeah.
I would argue that men don't feel comfortable expressing their emotions because we say that their emotions are wrong because we expect them to look like women's emotions. They do not look like women's emotions. Sometimes they look a lot different. And they should, again, they need to be able to go to other men with these issues. For some reason, men don't feel comfortable going to other men. And you can say like my prescriptions, they're making men suicidal. I very much doubt that. I think there's a lot that goes into male suicidality that does not have anything to do with me running my mouth on a screen.
I did not mean to imply that your prescription are causing men's suicidality. I just meant that with your framework, it seems clear that like the way you conceptualize masculinity are the exact things that deny men the ability to get help.
That's such a woman take, you know, like we have these prescriptions for what we think is hot in men, and so therefore they kill themselves because of this. That is not why men kill themselves. That's not why.
I actually also thought it was interesting that you kind of equate like, if I find a man hot, then that somehow means that is the metric that is used, right? My body feels that it's hot when a man earns a lot of money. Therefore, that is what makes a man a man. And I just see it as a very weird metric to use, personally. But I'm a woman, so I make silly women takes, you know?
Well, I mean, that just wasn't a very good take, you know, and that is something that I think that is a female lens. Yeah, no, that's fine. But I would just say, like, show me the swipe facts. Like, who are you swiping on? You swiping on brokies?
I'm not swiping, I have a boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, you've
He
selected
cries in
someone.
front of me, though, a lot, so I might dump him.
Very cool.
You might, I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Lady, thank
Okay,
you for
good
calling
to
in.
meet you.
I will see you later. Okay, Lime, did you have a question for anyone here?
I was talking to Destiny about the manhood thing. I think that the traits that women typically look for men, you know, older, taller, making more money, is that they want the man to be a
Just real
protector.
quick, do you have a question or is this a statement?
Well, I was just challenging like his view on that the man. Yeah, I think that that's either consciously or subconsciously they do want the man to be that protector. I don't think that has just gone away just because we live in like our modern society. I think it is deeper than just they're making more money.
I mean, yeah, if you want to feel that way, then you can feel that way. But you're just like sending men down a road of like getting perpetually. Like the reality is that just being a protector is not going to be enough to get any woman in a relationship with you because nobody's realistically making selections like that. There's going to be a whole...
Wait, women are looking for older, taller men that make more money.
When you say women are looking for taller men, you're describing 99% of men are taller than like most women. So men are already typically taller than women. So I don't know what that means. The average male is like what 5'9", and the average woman is like 5'4". So
but it's that they want that. It's not that like if a guy came up to them who was shorter than them, they would say, "No, I don't want you," because
that might be the case. And if a guy came up to you with one leg, yeah, you probably also wouldn't want that guy. Like people are gonna make
you compare one leg. Come on.
Because the chance of being shorter than a woman are probably pretty low. I imagine it's probably what like 10% of guys or whatever or lower.
No, it's nowhere near that.
Are shorter than the average woman?
Well, the average man is 5'9" or 5'10", or like 5'9.5". Hispanics are bringing us down base. But it's like 5'9" or around there. And the average woman is 5'4". You're like multiple deviations off the normal male height to be shorter than the average woman. So when you say like a woman is looking for a taller guy, that's going to be true of almost all men. Like that's just by default.
But no, I think what he meant is not like taller as compared to the woman. Obviously, I mean that's a big part of it. But just taller, like the taller the better. Like over 6 foot.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but I mean like same thing for guys. Like the bigger the boob, the better. The better the pussy, the deeper the throat. I mean like yeah, there are going to be things that people.
Reasons for that.
Well, it's also just not entirely true though, right? Because like the majority of people are within like an inch of their partner.
The majority of people are going to be in the majority of these qualifying factors. Like people might gravitate towards higher things if they could, but that's going to be true of literally everybody. But if you're a guy and you're 5'9" and you think you're not getting a woman because you're not tall enough or because you're not making enough money, chances are there are other things in your control that you could definitely make improvements on that are going to get you in that area. If you're not 6 foot, it's not like the world is over. It's just not the case. But also, spoiler alert, most guys
that's not what I said. I said that women want these things. I'm not saying if you're a guy and you're not taller than her, you can't get her. I'm saying the reason that women want these things because they want the man to be the protector role.
Yeah.
But women don't want taller and taller and taller and taller and taller men. They want a man that's taller than she is. And what Destiny said is that most men are taller than most women. So like the only variable that maybe isn't understood here is what is the mode height of women? Like what is the most common height of women as opposed to the average?
Wait, you're saying that like a woman's not gonna, your average woman's not gonna have any preference between like if she's 5'8", like a 5'9" man, or like a 6'2" man?
So there's diminishing returns. There's diminishing returns, right? So after you're taller than a woman, how much more taller than you are than her means very little, and there's other variables she's going to care about way more, which is why almost everybody, statistically, is within an inch or two of the height of their partner.
But right? there still is returns though, like up to maybe diminishing, but there's still returns, which indicates that they have a preference for that.
Yeah, but there's not. When you guys say preference, the problem is that when you guys speak of preferences, you make these sound like they're massive preferences that are make or breaks for dating. Like all else equal, if a woman could have a 5'10" guy or a 6 foot guy, all else equal, she'd probably gravitate towards a 6 foot guy, sure. But in terms of like what are they selecting for dating, height is probably not even in the top 5 or 10. Maybe for fucking, sure. But like there's gonna be a band that you could fall within. If you're like at least 2 to 3 inches taller than the woman, you're probably fine.
But you're already granting it, giving them 2 or 3 inches taller than her. Like
I also
but the average man is 4 inches taller than the average woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 5 inches.
4 inches is like a pretty significant amount, but like, sure, you're taking one element, but like what he's saying is that you're taking like there's a bigger pie of like reasons why women are attracted to men, and so like height's one of them. But like if you're tall, if you're wealthy, if you're like really physically fit and like muscular, like yeah, maybe each of these represents a relatively small percentage, but combined, you're going to be way at an advantage than a man who doesn't have these things.
Yeah, if you're taller, wealthier, stronger, more handsome, yeah, of course. If you stack enough of these things, who's denying that? Wait, what?
But almost nobody.
There's a reason why all these things are like make up a part of the pie, and that's what he's trying to say. Like, there's like fundamental reasons why. Like, yeah, if you just look at height, it's not just height, but all of these things combined are all based on like kind of foundational like reasons and like perceptions of men being the provider, men being the protector, and as they can fill those requirements more and more, they're just more successful.
But almost nobody is all of these things.
Yeah, and
more
the
than
problem is
everyone.
you guys are the problem.
We
The
know
problem
this.
is, the problem is that you guys are holding up this ideal of like a very tall, very wealthy, very handsome man. That's like such a minority of like most men are going to be tall enough to fit that role. Most men are going to be strong enough to fit that role. Most men are going to be probably because men still tend to outrun women are going to be fitting that role. Like these aren't the big things that you probably need to focus on as a man. This is the problem with the red pill ideology is it's sending men down the wrong path. The average man is hitting most of these things with very little effort. The average man is taller, stronger, whatever, probably looks decent enough for a woman. There are other parts of their life that they're not filling that hole in. And the idea that you just need to be more tall, more masculine, more strong, more wealthy, only like 1% of men are going to be such outliers there that they're going to be able to get a girl on one of those traits.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like it's not. The red pill is just what socially maladjusted men find. Like, what you're saying is true, but they're not going to hear it. I've had this point multiple times on my platforms. The men that want to understand it, they'll get it. But the men that just don't want to hear it and want to blame the world for why they can't get a woman, they're just going to keep that thought in their mind.
Yeah.
Well,
again.
Hold on. What's
Savvy.
being overlooked here, what is absolutely being overlooked here with that red pill ideology is that entire thing, to me as a woman, feels like a complete cope of hating the men who are 6 foot rich, all of the above, and this ideal man that's such a small minority. To me, it just looks like you absolutely despise that guy, and I'm personally happy that that guy is getting what he wants. My concern is that we're all getting what we want as best as we can, as long as it's something that's good for everyone. And one of the things that keeps getting overlooked, and was overlooked in this panel too, is that the vast majority of women have reported that they like men who have something that men are saying is female, nurturing. We like men that are good with pets and good with children. We absolutely adore it. And every single survey, we keep saying it. And it's like everybody's ignoring us and going, oh, they just made that shit up or something. That's something we actually want for men. And that would be considered somewhat feminine, would it not? We want men who like kids, who like animals, who like pets. Like, look at how many more these men who have dogs in their profile pictures, look how much more they're favored, because we know that you're a nice person and that you like, people or anybody who's vulnerable and needs our help. So why are we overlooking that?
So I think the reason why it often gets overlooked is because that advice was given to men for a while as well. And the problem is that if men only embody those things, it also falls flat, because it seems that a lot of women seem to require a minimum level of masculinity before they have the feminine traits, right? So the feminine traits are also what they want in a partner. They want a guy who seems to embody both of these things. The problem is that if you only give them the advice of be more feminine, a lot of men don't have these masculine role models, and they're struggling to even have a conception of masculinity in themselves, that they're focusing on the one, because it does seem to be the case that a lot of really sweet, soft guys tend to fall pretty flat with women because they don't have the necessary prerequisite of masculine.
I don't think the issue. Wait, I don't think the issue here is because people keep saying that. I don't agree with that. That the problem is men are too feminized. Because then what we mean when we say that is people are saying feminized implies all of these horrible, weak personality traits. When I look at the average guy that society would consider feminized, it's not like the guy is very emotional and he might talk with a little lisp and he's kind of gay, blah, blah, blah. It's usually a guy that's a fucking emotional wreck. And that's not a feminine trait either. An ultra feminized guy that's having problems with women probably embodies a lot of traits that women that have problems with men have. A guy that's overly emotional, that is completely and totally unstable, that can't have healthy relationships or conversations, that gets too obsessed or not obsessed or detached with all these different things. These are not embracing his femininity too much. It's just being a train wreck.
Could we
You
rephrase?
can just say that's excessively feminine behavior, though.
No, it's not excessively feminine, because any woman that inhabits those traits, usually if you think of really feminine stuff, you'd think these are positives. But I don't want a woman that's at all in that direction of being super unstable.
Right.
Yeah.
But I want to point out, but my thing that I'm pointing out though is just that what we're doing here is we are saying what masculinity is, and it seems like we have intentionally, when it comes to red pill ideology, we have intentionally deleted fatherhood, which is a massive portion of manhood and our understanding of men. So it's obviously you can be a man without being a father, you can be a woman without being a mother. My point does remain, though, that we don't ever want to be in a position where fatherhood or traits that women have consistently said they want are being completely deleted from the discussion over some weird little cope that it begins to just target happy men who happen to have the luck of the draw genetically, and now we're gonna hate on them. That's stupid. I don't understand that at all.
So I feel like we can completely just get away from this problem of diction with feminized men and just swap it to emasculate men. There's nothing masculine about you. It's like if we say masculinity is like having emotional control and being able to handle your shit and yada yada yada, because women can do all of that, and we can call it masculine just for like ease of access or whatever. If you have nothing masculine about you, you're a mess. You have no order. You have no control. It's like the yin and yang. So is it possible to just use that diction instead of feminized?
I think you can, but the issue then is that like people, I get so triggered when people gender some things that are just so like obviously like these are your fun. Like for instance, we say like my man is so masculine, like he washes his ass in the shower. Like no, you would say like it's basic fucking hygiene that everybody should have, female and male. That's not a masculine trait to brush your teeth in the morning, right? But then people will say things like, oh yeah, like he was very feminine and that he was like crying or an emotional wreck every time I saw him. I was like, bitch, I don't want a fucking woman that's like that. I don't think anybody wants a woman that's like crying and screaming all the time. So it's just weird when we talk about that in terms of masculine or emasculine. It's more, there's got to be like fundamental things that most people have to have together in life. And then we could talk about like masculine or feminine traits past that. But like a failure to be just a basic functioning human being, to call that like emasculating or unfeminine is just very strange to me, I think.
So do you just not think that there are masculine and feminine things though?
There are absolutely masculine and feminine things.
Okay.
Well, I think a
All right,
metric that's
but
often
it sort of-
missing from this conversation is maturity, right? Like
Yes.
a lot of things that we're talking about is like maturity or immaturity.
Yeah.
I think like when it comes to things like emotional, like sensitivity and like expression, I think we still do typically categorize that as a like femme thing, in large part because of like we'll often see like femme people that are more willing to express their emotions, not because I think it's like obviously a biological thing. I think a lot of like trans women would even report this, like when they start going on things like estrogen and progesterone, they start experiencing like heightened like volatility, particularly with negative emotions. So they experience a lot like greater intensity levels of sadness, but like a lot less anger, whereas like anger seems to oftentimes be a way that like more often masculinely emotions expressed. But I would say like in either case, if you're a dysregulated emotional person, you're being a little boy or a little girl. You're not really being like a man or woman necessarily.
I want to give space for Ali here, and I just want to lime mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
We're gonna move you out and make room for someone else and do some cycling. But thank you for
All
being
right.
here.
And I can head
Alex,
out too. I just have one question for Ali when she's finished.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, well, I was going to respond to some of the things you said. Okay, so number one, acting childish would imply like a concept of neoteny, which seems to only be attractive in women. That's why it's more accepted when women are emotionally dysregulated. Also, we're kind of given a pass because of our hormonal cycle. Men can be emotionally dysregulated as well, but I would think that that is probably why it's attributed as like a feminine quality. I disagree with that. I think if you act childish, you act childish. Aside from that, when we're talking about like red pill ideology, I'm probably the one person who's like talked to majority of these red pill content creators, not just online, but like behind the scenes, and I've met them in real life. So it's like the libertarian strategy for sex, okay? There's like no morals, there's nothing. It's just a sexual mating strategy for men. That's why you don't see a lot of fatherhood discussed. However, if you go look at old blogs, because the manosphere is like 20 plus years old, if you go look at old blogs, there is content on fatherhood and how to maintain frame as a father and a leader of a household. And I have like a lot of access to some of these things if anyone's curious. But that's why you don't see an emphasis on fatherhood. Aside from that, reproduction rates are what they are. 50.1% of women are childless by age 30 in the UK. If we want to see more of an emphasis on fatherhood, we probably need to start having more babies. As for like, there's feminine traits and masculine traits. These are things that have shown up in all cultures, through all history, through all religions. So, and they're just gendered, and that's okay. And we all have it within us. That is
The sermon part aside, though, for me, one of the most appalling things that I saw today was you did bring. I mean, good job on bringing the woman hate with the tough titty to Jen, and oncology and wanting to have children. I mean, good job there. But I want to actually focus on the man hate, because something that you said about being wet when a woman sees a man could die for her is one of the most disgusting and heinous things I think I've ever heard in my life. I don't know about you, but I actually love men enough. I want them to be alive. I can't actually love a corpse, okay? I don't know why in the world.
Keyword willing.
Physically, I don't know why in the world you would get physically turned on and tell that to the public that your husband could die. Bitch, he's your man. Do you not give a shit about it? And
keyword willing.
And then when you turn around and you said that maybe you can have a son who will protect you. I mean, if there's a bear coming at you, you're going to throw your baby infant boy in front of it? Like, what the fuck, bitch? Men are not disposable shits. What the fuck?
Well, I don't know if that was a question.
What's the
Stab-
question?
Yeah, why would you dispose of your man? Where is that man hate coming
Whoa,
from?
willing. Keyword willing. Willing too. Willing too.
Ja, ich bin nur ehrlich, ne? Ich habe nur gesagt, zum Lachen gibt's hier gar nichts. Ja, du hast Spaß, ja. Ich freue mich.
Come closer.
Was? Weniger Drogen würden dir echt gut tun, Jonas.
Welcome
Weniger
to
Drogen würden dir
Summoner's
echt gut tun, Jonas. Ich sag dir, das ist.
Raid. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Boah, ne.
Take careful steps. Minions have spawned.
Lot of good mages
The
out
forest
there.
holds
None of
many
them
What lurks beneath the soil?
Blast them, gauntlet.
Are we supposed to be dating or something? We've never even talked.
Things aren't always what they seem.
You're old.
Wait until you see the root.
You condemn what you don't understand.
So much more to see. Just a harmless flower. The harvest is upon you have slain an enemy.
Der Topstar gestartet, der Grüß. Ja, ich sag doch, dass er dann wieder Wort kommt.
Such a busy world. Venture off the beaten path. Come closer.
Ja, ja, aber sind immer noch Level 3.
aren't always what they seem. A promising garden.
Hat kein Flash.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Bilde dich mit nicht so Schild.
An ally has been slain. So much more to see. Just a harmless flower.
User disconnected from your channel.
Such a busy world. Venture off the beaten path. An ally has been slain.
Ja.
Come closer. Just wait. Take careful steps.
Wieder Ultis ins Gesicht gedrückt auf Cool, ne? Hm.
The forest holds many surprises. Things aren't always what they seem.
What the fuck? Ich bin los.
A promising garden.
Warum? Bringt doch gerade gar nichts.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Bitte, bitte lauf doch einfach weg, Bro. Ah, ist so schlecht. Ich will aber nicht mehr. Der Xin so behind, Alter.
Just a harmless flower.
Kann ich so behind sein? mehr.
Enemy killing
Kein Spaß, die Scheiße, ey. Alter, Dreckskunden, dumm Drecksbaby fressen kriegen, Alter. Schmutzkind, ey.
An enemy has been slain. Come closer.
Ah, ich hab aber jetzt Karte, ne?
Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises.
Na fuck, jetzt krieg ich keine Boots, Alter.
Things aren't always what they seem. Killing spree.
Oh, bitte läuft raus auf Range, Alter.
An enemy has been slain.
Ja.
So much more to see.
Ah, die ganzen Schmutzkinder schon wieder hier, Mann. Nichts zu tun oder was? Vielleicht stimme ich jetzt an.
Just a harmless flower.
Schlimmer als der andere.
Turret plating will soon fall. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Ah, das ganze Squad, Alter.
Mann, als ob die noch zweimal 10 Minuten in den Push gehen, bis die Mann dann guckt, Alter. Take careful steps. An ally has been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Your team has destroyed a turret. Things aren't always what they seem. Heyland.
Schon wieder ein Tibbers in der Fresse, Alter. Ich sterb! Wie macht die so viel Damage? Das ja 5 Kills gekriegt von nicht mir einfach, weil mein Team sich denkt, so das interpretieren die.
Your team has destroyed.
Ja, mitgeben.
Such a busy world.
It's the good old mid-gap, I guess. So ist das so nix.
Venture off the beaten path. Just right.
Marvel at that!
Useless wieder.
Double kill.
Absoluter Trash.
Aced. An enemy has been slain. The forest holds many surprises.
Push die gerade die Punkte.
Things aren't always.
Jetzt aber wie. Einfach am Leben.
Promising
Fällt mir nichts mehr ein, Alter.
Wait until my seeds take root. So much more to see.
Ich hab die Kills nicht Danny gegeben. By the way.
An enemy has been slain.
Na. Gekommen. Ja, auch schlecht. I guess. Das ist halt einfach 30-0 nach Saison. Wer bereit ist denn?
such a busy world.
Ich hab Full Magic Item gebaut statt Arm.
Venture off the beaten path. Come close.
Aber okay.
Take careful steps. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. The forest holds many surprises. Things aren't always what they seem. Has been destroyed. A promising garden.
Ich kann dich nicht bekommen.
Wait until my seeds take root. Be ready. Take the life from me. Just wait. So much more to see. Enemy rampage. Just a harmless flower.
Redet mich noch mit dem Buch, du Alter.
None will escape my wrath. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Such a busy world. Your turret has been destroyed. Come closer. Take careful steps. An enemy has been slain. Just wait. A promising What lies beneath the soil? Wait until my seeds take root.
Hmm?
So much more to see.
Oh my.
Can you just like mute her or something? Like I can't even
We're gonna
respond.
cycle her out. We're gonna
You know,
cycle
like
her out.
what?
Yeah, I'm cycling out right after this.
I want to address something she said. Well, first of all, it was
I
willing.
was the one that was addressed, and I was the one that got cursed out. So you might want to like
Yeah,
wait a
let-
minute or two.
let
Okay,
her
so in
out.
any case, basically there are just things that are attractive in men: being physically strong and being capable of ending an aggressor's life. That's it. Would I throw my baby son in the way of a bear? That's honestly retarded. I don't know how you get from point A to point B. Also, I'm pregnant. I don't know anyone else who's married and pregnant on this panel. So like maybe that's why you're so dysfunctional and online calling into a panel right now.
I have
Maybe you just
kids,
suck.
You dumb cunt. I have kids.
Okay.
The point remains.
Oh, I'm sorry for them, because then their
The
mom is
point
dead.
remains. No, the point continues to remain that you actually said that women get wet at the thought of their husbands dying for them. Which
No,
is
I
beyond
don't think I said that. I think
No.
MMA fighters are hot and they make a lot of women drip. That's what I think.
She said men who are willing to engage in self-sacrificial roles are attractive to women,
Who are
not men who
capable.
literally
men
are killing
dying.
themselves.
Men dying are women. Men dying are not hot to women. I'm sorry.
Bro,
that's an
stop,
absolute-
stop, please, just stop. You want soldiers that are willing to die. You need to be willing to die to fight a war, right? The army doesn't want the soldiers to die, but they need to be willing, right?
Sure, I was one. Thanks.
Stabby.
What does that mean?
Thank you for calling in.
She was a soldier. That's what she said.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I
Travis.
have the same thing. Big
Thank
deal.
you for your
Doesn't matter.
service.
No,
Were
it-
you
it
willing to
doesn't
die?
Stabby.
Yep.
Can we get some
That's
solution in the
good.
chat, please?
That made you a good soldier.
All right, guys.
Call in later.
see you.
Bye bye.
I mean, my husband breaks my back regularly. It's fabulous. I don't know about anybody else. Like, I'm having. Like, what the hell?
Okay, 10 flicks and then one more. Flow Trace, what you got for us?
Hi, Wick. Well, I actually think there's a bit of a stronger argument to Steelman's Heavy's position, but that's not why I called in. I wanted to ask, I guess this is more of an open question. Well, listen, let me get my question out first before I steal Man's one I don't even necessarily agree with.
Lego man.
There was a lot of discussion in this panel, and I think conscious content sort of got at it a little bit, just a little bit ago. When we talk about feminine traits versus masculine traits, there seems to be some disagreement about what those are, but there also seems to be some disagreement about what those ought be. And I'm just curious if, like, I guess Destiny or anyone else here that has like a stronger position about what how we ought use those traits. How do you sort of make that determination as to what something is or isn't, whether or not something is or isn't feminine, and how does that play into sort of a prescriptive question of how we as a society ought view those things?
Okay, here's how I view things. Okay, it's a high value male that makes a fuck ton of money and has his whole life put together. Okay, this is how I view things. 95% of what we are should be shared between men and women. We should be confident, we should be emotionally stable, we should be hygienic, we should be able to live our lives in an independent, assertive fashion where we are navigating the world as confident, strong people. That's like 95% of people. Now, there are some sex differences between male bodies and female bodies, and I think from there we can get some additional spice. So men tend to be taller and tend to be stronger than women. So when women look at men, those are traits that they don't necessarily have, and the more they get exaggerated, sometimes the more fun and attractive that is, right? Having a guy that has huge python arms or is like 6'2", it's really hot because men tend to be tall. That's an exaggerated trait. Having a woman that's like 5'1", or having a woman that has big boobs or exaggerated hips can be fun because those are like feminine features and those are cool exaggerations. I just think it's weird when people hyper fixate on these minor differences that we have between each other rather than like the massive similarities that we all share and try to make those the defining features for how we choose mates. That's how I feel.
Good answer.
Like, I don't. What's wrong with masculinity and femininity and wanting these things in the opposite sex? Like, why is this?
I don't think there's anything
are
wrong with it.
people,
I think it's weird to gender.
No. I'm not. I'm just asking the question. This isn't like about you or anything like that. I'm just like, what's up with the demonization of that?
Because I think along time with it,
perplexed.
because along with the wanting masculine and feminine things, people start. I think we had it happen a lot in this conversation. People will just gender the weirdest things. Like people are like, oh, I want a confident man that doesn't cry. Like I think most people want confident women that don't cry. Or even when you say like you mentioned earlier that like emotional dysregulation can be attractive to a woman. I think in a very fetishized like BPD sense that's true. But then when you went on to say the next thing, like people like women get a pass because of their hormone cycle, that is absolutely not true.
No, I
Like,
think that they do. Like I legitimately think that they do. I don't
Shut.
condone it, but I think that's what happens.
No, I think men are driven crazy by women when they're being emotional at PMS times. I don't think any man finds that attractive or any man wants that or whatever. Like, I think that, yeah, focusing on these, like, I think this weird, attempt.
Desirable doesn't mean it's not feminine or masculine.
Sure, but I think the problem is people are trying to gender too many things that like most people should share qualities of.
Hold on. Okay. So about the crying thing, like I just think that women on average cry more. I think that we often try to say that like men's emotions should look like women's emotions. I think they might look different. So if we're looking at like that emotions wheel with all the different colors and all the different names, I made a joke with my husband the other day. I said, I wonder what it would look like if men made it, right? Like what would their emotions wheel look like? It'd be completely different in my opinion.
Sure.
So that's one thing. But I was talking about neoteny, right? Where acting childish for a woman can be attractive sometimes, whereas like acting childish as a man is not considered attractive.
I mean, but again, it's also like hyper. Like I hate that I even know this fucking example because it drives me crazy. I think that men that are attracted to childlike women are cringe, but so many women fall for the fucking 35-year-old skater boy man-child aesthetic from men. It is so fucking cringe, and all of you motherfuckers should know. I'm 34, and it was a huge thing in my generation, and some of them still do it, where they're these 32-year-old guys that are massively balding, that are disgusting, but they have like that skater boy, like little boy aesthetic, and women fucking
Mitch
love.
Jones.
Wow, I was trying to name names, but there are women that get obsessed with that shit too. So I don't know. Like again, I think that we're still like hardcore gendering everything. I don't really think it's that gendered. I think that we have way more commonalities than we do differences, in my opinion. But
it just sounds like your argument is that there are good traits and bad traits.
yes,
and that we
maturity
shouldn't-
is what
Okay.
Erudite said earlier. What I think is true. Maturity is something we should. Yeah. Sorry.
But isn't there like a masculine form of maturity and a feminine form of maturity?
Yes, that would be kind of the detail that I would add. I think like in the case of like you're right, nobody wants a super emotionally volatile like partner in general, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't gender the trait throughout, because we can talk about healthy traits and toxic traits of both like masculine and feminine. And the reality is like, to me, I don't really care which traits we lump into these things, because I think masculinity and femininity is like almost exclusively like a social construct that we use to like simplify language. So I don't really care what we capture into these things, as long as we realize that like men and women can exist in both of these things, right? There are ways that like women can be childish that might be gendered as well, that like men can still be childish in that way. I would just say that in that moment there'd be maybe the opposite gender construct in that moment.
Yeah, and I think it's, and for the exaggerated traits too, it could be really fun to play into those roles with like otherwise mature people. It's fun to be a man and to watch a horror movie with a woman and have her get scared and like cuddle up with you when you're watching it because she tends to come.
But you confess.
Like
you
what?
confess.
I've never said anything different, right? Like those little differences between men and women can be like the spice of life. Like that's fun. It's fun to have a woman like hug you and look up to you and like have her when she cuddles, she's like on your shoulder, whatever. Like there are some of those things that are fun, those exaggerated differences. But pretending that we're so different in terms of gender just drives me fucking crazy. Yeah.
Okay, Destiny, speaking of driving people crazy, okay. It drives me crazy when you do this, okay? When you talk about the engenderment thing, right? And then you say, okay, people engender all sorts of stupid things that shouldn't be engendered. Therefore, engenderment is stupid. Why do we have to gender these terms? The fact that people engender things wrong doesn't mean that engenderment is stupid. It means that people
I just gave you examples of where the engendering is fine.
I know.
What I said before is there are some natural differences between men and women in terms of like neuroticism, in terms of how emotional you get, and some of the exaggerations of these things can be fun to play around with, right? I don't know how many guys have experienced this, but you can find the most feminist woman in the fucking world. She loves to be fucking dominated in the bedroom. That's a stereotype that has been absolutely true in almost all of my life, right? People like to play in these roles, and it's fine. Just recognize that these are like the spices and flavors of a relationship. They're not the fucking focal point, the most important thing, right? Again, I think we are massively similar. Yeah.
People have been engendering things though in like a super deep, important, spiritual way for like 6,000 years, right? So
Cringe.
It's probably reasonable to suggest that this has made it into our psychology. Not that it's transcended reality and changed the fabric of like ontology or anything, but it has ingrained itself in our psychology. I think
but the issue that I had before, but this is the problem. The problem is right now. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna do a little cycling out. So, curious content, Flowtrace, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing.
Thank you, Wick.
We're gonna move you out. Appreciate it. Carry on.
I think the issue is that we've come up into a very weird spot in history that I think is unique now. Maybe it's not. Maybe everybody's felt that way. But women have subsumed so much of what was traditionally masculine. Being able to without consequence and being able to work a job. And I think that I feel like if you would have asked 50 years ago, well, how would this have worked? People would have said, women will probably make roughly the same sexual choice. And I don't think women will want to work because honestly, we thought women were math retarded and are too stupid to go to class for physics. Like, because they're women, they're dumb, right? But that's not the case. Given these two little changes, education and jobs and birth control, we're starting to find out, okay, well, some things we thought were just biologically ingrained in us were way more socially kind of doctored or constructed than we originally thought. And if women have done all this, like they've got their femininity and now they've completely dominated this masculine role too, where they're earning more money, outperforming us in school. Well, as men, now it's like, well, what are we going to do? The answer can't just be more masculine, more masculine, more masculine, because that can't be the answer. It's not going to be the case because just having a paycheck isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, but I don't think the problem is that women are becoming too masculine or that the gender roles are changing or whatever. It's that women are unironically becoming better at being masculine than
Yes,
men are.
yes.
Like I think
And
men
feminine.
are bad at being masculine,
and
they're
feminine.
bad at being feminine.
Yeah.
And like the reality is a good partner is not one note, right? The most extreme feminine person is not like beautiful, wonderful, amazing, responsible trad wife. It's neurotic freak that can't get out of bed. And the most ridiculous one-note masculine man is not Giga Chad superhero Audie Murphy that fights the war all by
Gotcha.
himself. He's antisocial freak that goes to prison.
Yeah,
Gotcha. I
that's
want to
what-
give space before we go. I want to give space to ASD. He's been silent. If he has nothing to say, I'm going to kick him and make room for more people who will contribute.
Can I go
ASD
next after him?
Well, we'll continue the conversation. You can interject as you will. ASD, you got anything? Or are you just here?
Yeah. So I've been sitting on and I've listened to a number of like the porn debates, especially. And I know it's gone a little off topic because you guys have, while in the waiting room, have gone to something else. But so in my profession, one of the things that we do is we work on what they call mobile trauma service. So we go see individuals who have trauma where they're at. So we tend to work like overnight shifts. We might work like 11 to 7 because most people that have pretty significant traumas are sleeping during the day and up during the night because there's some fear and issues like that. So here's the thing: you've done all these porn debates. There's been like 100 million porn debates, and one of the only things that everybody talks about is the classical idea of pornography, stage pornography, where they go to a set. But the bigger issue that we're running into now when working with kids and adults is the pornography of individuals without even their knowledge. So there's
Are you
kids,
talking about
there's
like revenge
adults,
porn?
all of it. We're talking about.
What is
So
dancing
I
on
won't talk.
TikTok porn? Is that it's like a girl dancing on TikTok and
Absolutely,
guys like
it can be.
I don't know if
It
we can
absolutely
define that
can.
as porn though.
Well,
Porn isn't
because
just
somebody
everything you jerk off
sexualizes
to.
it. Yeah, just because you sexualize something doesn't mean it's porn.
Yeah.
But that's not where it starts. So
Yeah, but you're defining dancing on TikTok as porn. That would be like because a couple people jerk off to pictures of like dog asses. Now any photo of a dog ass is porn, and it's like well,
This
that's
panel's
completely not
porn.
true.
But the casting
Somebody's
couch,
jerking off.
Hold on, let me explain. The casting couch is the girls that dance in their little pajamas or their sweatpants. That is the new casting couch. The casting couch is looking and finding adolescents or young adult women on TikTok or Snapchat and then saying, "Hey, I will pay you $500. I will send you a Venmo. Do you have a Cash App?" And that's the new cat.
What is this?
I just this strange thing just happened. I just DM'd Kelly Jean to confirm that she's still platonic with Destiny, and then she said on stream that I did that as her answer. She like didn't DM me back. So now I'm listening to see if she's gonna like update it.
Oh my god.
Of porn to anything that can theoretically get your dick hard, then all porn is fine as long as it's not of a minor.
But it's not if
Hey,
they're not
you
consenting or
nailed
getting
it.
kicked.
That's the issue. You just can't broaden definitions to mean anything. 'Cause then nothing means everything
Yeah.
means nothing.
Like there's a difference between like porn and someone dancing, right?
Yeah, you're outlining like a sexualization process that I think probably everyone would agree that there's like this element of like, yeah, like as we like normalize sexualization, people are going to be more comfortable with it. Probably people who maybe end up in the porn industry now wouldn't have otherwise if like they weren't exposed to like earlier sexualization while they were younger and stuff like that. Like I'm sure there's an element of that like kind of like career drift that occurs, but that doesn't mean then that the stuff before porn is also porn. Right?
Just real quick, Destiny, if you could check your DMs, I had a question. But anyway.
So I kind of have to agree
Okay,
a little bit.
okay.
I don't necessarily know if, again, I don't want to say TikTok dances are pornography necessarily because they're certainly not, but there is an issue in society where we're hypersexualizing everything. I mean, advertisements are completely selling sex 100%. We're having children exposed to these things at an extremely young age. Children are going and emulating sexualized dance moves to try to like put something out there, and again, I don't want to say something like we can't or we have to outlaw all pornography like some people were trying to say earlier, but we do need to have a societal focus on, hey, we're hyper over sexualizing absolutely everything, and people are getting hurt as a result of this. Our children are watching these things, they're growing up with these influences, and then they're becoming incomplete adults that aren't capable of functioning in normal society anymore because they've got this weird social media brain concept that's kind of infected them from a young age.
That's true. All these men are for the streets, bro. They gotta stop fucking sexualizing everything. They gotta stop beating it. It's wrong.
I do tend to agree with you on that. I mean, again, guys at some point are forgetting completely how to interact with people because they don't know what normal social interactions are. We've had a number of people come on here and say things like, well, if you're tall and you need to be a giant person in order to get anybody's attention, and it simply isn't the case. I mean, that's
No,
not how social interactions work.
Okay, I don't think anybody's saying that you got to be tall and ripped to get attention. I get what the point is, and it's weird that that keeps like being said, and it was kind of said a lot by everybody before, and just people didn't like address it. What we're saying is that it matters, right? Like being tall, being ripped, being wealthy, like being charismatic. These are all factors that go into like you being an attractive person, and especially an attractive man. And you can say things like, well, these are human traits. These aren't like masculine traits or whatever. But to me, that almost feels like, you know, going to like a diabetic person and saying like, or a diabetic person comes to you and says like, oh, I need insulin. And your response is like, well, everybody needs insulin. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. But this person is like having an insulin deficiency. This person is having like a crisis where they don't know where they're having a difficulty like fitting into the world right now. And they especially need like help with this because it's like the role that they like, because of biological reasons are somewhat predestined to fill, require these characteristics more so than a woman does. So I don't understand, like it's not an argument to me when I'm like, I think the father thing was a good thing that was said by Stabby. The dog thing was a cope. But I think the red pill has a problem when it comes to like its intent in terms of like getting men to.
Welcome to this DW Business Special, asking what a year of war has done to Russia's economy. I'm Rob Watts in Berlin, and I'm pleased to say I am joined by Professor Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, whose research into the economic impact of war on Russia has made him something of a viral sensation over the past year, and we're pleased to have him back with us. Professor Sonnenfeld, it's been a heck of a year for you and, of course, for Ukraine and Russia.
Thanks so much. Yes, we've been quite busy, but we certainly don't have any of the sense of peril and suffering of the Ukrainians. It is amazing the national character that has come to the surface as we have seen them overcome these political divides and character breakdowns of corruption and systems and things to unify a nation as we've rarely seen before. That selflessness is incredible. Of course, President Zelensky's leadership, but wherever you look in the nation, it's a remarkable sense of resolve. And yeah, we too have been on the sidelines and in a far more comfortable situation. We've had our team of 40 volunteers working pretty much 24/7, trying to keep up with constant changes on chronicling the unparalleled exit of 1,000+ major multinational companies from Russia in outrage over this attack on a peaceful sovereign nation and the civilian atrocities that are shameful by Russia, and then the economic impact on Russia.
Indeed. Well, we will talk about all of those countries that have left and the heck of an undertaking that you and your team have taken in trying to chart which companies are still in there and are not. But let's first get stuck into the state of the Russian economy right now. And a good place to start with that is looking at GDP. So what has been waging a war and being on...
Slippers? Bro, how many do you need? What do you think this is, your mom's house? Bro, a Swiffer? Where does he shop? Alibaba? Yeah, that's what you get for the made in China version. How many laptops do you need? What's up, Palestine? We have class to it! Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Make sure you smash that like button, press subscribe, comment, and click that notification bell. That never works. Nobody likes when you say subscribe! Thank you for a million subscribers. Can you not do something normal? I want to play on the Switch. What's he gonna do next? Start business? Yeah, I just got in. Slippers? Bro, how many do you need? What do you think this is, your mom's house? Bro, a Swiffer? Where does he shop? Alibaba? Yeah, that's what you get for the made in China version. How many laptops do you need? What's up, Palestine? We have class to it! Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Folks, make sure you smash that like button, press subscribe, comment, and click that notification bell. That never would. Nobody likes when you say subscribe! It's got a million! Thank you for a million subscribers. Can you not do something normal? Bro, he's making lunch. What's he gonna do next? Start business? Yeah, I just got in. Slippers? Bro, how many do you need? What do you think this is? Your Huh? This shop looks like somebody's house. That looks nice. Hope it's not too expensive. It's probably on the back. There's no price tag. Maybe it's in a different place. It's not there. You know what? This shop's probably not that expensive. I'll just ask. That guy looks expensive. But you never know, it could be affordable fashion. That dog is a Billboard Top 50 artist. That's 5-time Grammy winner Little Doggy. How can I help you? Yeah, well, this shirt really has the arm holes. So how much is this? This piece is actually a part of our fall collection. It goes very well with her suit. Cool. What's the... It is also one of my favorite outfits for summer in Malibu. I also summer in Starbucks. So what's the price? The fitting room is right there. You should totally try it on. How much is it?
Oh, habe ich gesagt. Bin ich mir jetzt nicht so sicher.
Dutch government at 3. Hey Tyler, sup? Sorry we denied you entry to the Netherlands. We just saw what you did in Korea and thought it was the best elsewhere. Staying well past your visa expiration date while calling the cleaning ladies assholes was the last straw for us. Sorry. That was unintentional, bro. I did not mean to say that to them. I thought they were Tarzan and Midbit. What are you, what, a little nervous, man? Way that. Dude, what the f is this bullshit? Oh, so talentless! These no-skill cheese top laners make me sick.
Ins Bett oder schon Aram oder so spielen? Nee, keine Ahnung, wenn du so kommst, hab ich auch keine Lust. Jungs. Ah, das kommt davon. Diese Pimmelantworten, die kann halt niemand brauchen, ne? Nur nett. Nur nett. Flamed da, weil die Midlane gefeedet ist. Und dabei war es selber. Ach ja, das stimmt. Die 0-0-0 Annie in der Mitte, die auf einmal einen Triple Kill da kriegt. Ja, war auf jeden Fall ich, ne? Ja. Ich denke, das hätte ich nicht gehört, als er mich da geflankt hat, ey. Ja. Na gut. Weiß auch nicht, wie der Level 3 Graves, der dreimal failgangt, auf einmal höheres Level als unser Xin war. Ja, man macht auch nur einmal Damage im Leben, ne? So ist das halt. Doch, sie hatte einmal Frontlet. Da beim Drake, der Fight, wo wir sogar gewonnen haben. Ja, da muss auch der Schnitt worden. Die 3 Leute haben, die ich wünsche. Ja, können wir ja eh nicht. Müssen das 2, 3 laufen oder was? Was? Was will der Pappenheimer? Der Asa, der Pappenheimer. Also mit Scheunen?
I thought it was appropriate to do a little drama follow-up and update to a
Weil
few
nicht wer die
stories I've
Lobbys
covered
sind.
over the last few days now that they've begun to settle down a bit and the smoke has started to clear. So this will be the little after credits scene to a movie to give you closure. The first one being the clown
So, ich
YouTuber
kenn
that
nicht einen einzigen
violated
von
the
denen.
Geneva Convention of the Internet and committed the unforgivable war crime of abusing
Hero
YouTube's
of the
copyright
Rift heißt der eine.
takedown system and strike system in order to bully creators that were making fun of him. Now, normally I'd call someone
Kegelspiel.
like this a mustache-twirling evil supervillain, but that just doesn't apply here because I'm pretty sure this guy couldn't grow a single fucking molecule of facial hair if he was given 1,000
genau,
years in
Leon.
the wilderness surviving
Ich
off.
hab ihn. Jetzt fällt mich da an, welches Opferkind. Aber das ist auch ein Gangplank. Piss dich. Da kriegt mein Drachen. Schiebt man denn auf den Pimmel? Ist jetzt mehr Mili, ne? Ja, ja, das ist halt nicht, ne? Deep Shot, Eyeball Collection. Das passt. Da ist halt auch ein Gameplay, ist halt ein echtes Gameplay-Spiel. So viel Verantwortung gebe ich dir nicht. Was für verantwortlich hast du gehandelt? Ich bin jetzt nicht ganz so sicher. Ah, doch, der eine, das ist anstrengend. Maybe. So. Ist das stimmt so okay, dass ich das Piss-Item bauen kann auf dem? Ich kann nichts kaufen, oder was? Was ist das? Das ist das Fliegen? Das ist
Did Kale send you?
Minions have spawned.
Cursor. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Das Schuss kriegt kein Cooldown. Ich kann nicht lenken beim Fliegen irgendwie. Okay, ich wollte eine größere Range. Jesus, Alter. Auf jeden Fall gottlos viel Schaden, die Gegner. Das ultra verwirrende. Oh. no. Rough. Ach man, der Scheißdrache ist so fett. Wieso? Vielleicht doch ein Damage Item kaufen sollen. So fucking tanky, ich sehe schon, das ist ja komplett behindert. Weil jeder Tank ist nervt im Ara, außer Siege oder was? Da irgendwie, glaube ich, 10% mehr Damage macht 20% weniger. Alter, okay, jetzt macht's aber immer Schaden oder was? Ich hab. Hä? Warum? Was macht der Kennen? Yes. Was macht. Was ist denn mit dem Kennen, Alter? Der war wohl wie Knight oder was? Schachten drückt der. Niemals richtig, Alter. Irgendwas stimmt doch die Runde nicht. Warum drückt die Morgana der Killer so viel Schaden? Alles. Ja, die sieht schon selber 3 Euro wie Schaden wie ich. Told me to play. Ich war ja gar kein Damage. Keine Ahnung. Der Black Shield, die Kabine drin hat, aber über uns drüber. Ich würde den Kennen Damage sehen, oder what the fuck? Alles klar. Hm? Okay, 39. Ich hätte einfach Grundschuld. Na, ich glaube, also keine Ahnung. Ich glaube auch, dass ein Damage Item Boss ziemlich schlecht angefühlt. Gut, ich habe auch keine Ahnung. Aber ich kann halt auch, du musst ja, der macht irgendwie viel mehr Damage, wenn du in dieser Fliegeform bist, aber du kannst halt nicht reingehen mit der Fliegeform, wenn da Familie, Shit und alles. Ja, 30%. Mhm. Nee, shit, Alter. I don't know. In der Fliegeform hat die Q auch mehr Reichweite. Immer diese Aram dort.
That glimmer of hope you see, that's me.
Join the glorious evolution. Jesus.
Nothing but bear liver. He's just not in his DNA. His name is Brent Rivera. He's a massive channel. Unfortunately, he was born with glass bones and paper skin, so when people started making fun of him, those words cut deeper than Excalibur ever could. So he turned to his team and looked for a solution, and what they suggested was the nuclear option of filing takedown requests and copyright claims on people that were being mean to him, that were kicking sand in his face on YouTube and ruining his reputation at the middle school lunch tables. Now, this isn't one of those, like, silly, trivial, oops-a-daisy moments that people just forgive and forget as if it never mattered. This is a very well-understood, severe thing that can legitimately ruin someone's career based on nothing other than hurt feelings. It's also illegal what Brent Rivera did, which is knowingly filing bogus takedown requests and copyright claims. That's not exactly allowed. So he used this option against some people that were making videos that weren't positive about him, and one of the most vocal victims was a channel named Dumpy. Dumpy fought back very hard against what had happened because his channel was at risk of being taken away from him because he had hurt this asshole's feelings. Now, The situation was YouTube actually sided with Dumpy and they weren't going to take down the videos, but they did end up taking down one piece of content, which is still alarming. And the future of his channel was, of course, in a pretty scary spot, not knowing what Brent Rivera would do next. Like, would he double down on it and try and go even harder? So he was rightfully upset and concerned. And now it's been 2 days since then, and Dumpy has posted a follow-up video where he went over the whole situation and actually showed a DM that Brent Rivera sent to him, which claims that he will be releasing all of the copyright notices on his channel, and then even says that he applauds him for grinding and putting in the work to make a career on YouTube. It's something that a lot of people are scared to do, but you've proven otherwise. I wish you all the success on YouTube and your career, bro. Hope he can resolve this. He also says that he won't be taking down any of his future videos if he makes them, and I hope that extends to everyone who has made videos about you, Brent, not just Dumpy being the biggest one. That should be a no-brainer that people are allowed to criticize you and make videos talking about your content without fear of you coming in and trying to
be
snatch
sort of
their
like
entire...
sex crazed, like animals. But if they're saying go to the gym and like become like a successful person in your career, what the f wrong with that?
I think
why
because
can't
for
that
most
be the
men, that's
standard?
not, because that's not going to do
I'm going
much.
to do some cycling. I'm going to do some cycling. Okay, so ASC,
Beste
thank you for your contribution.
So there's
a response as a win.
There's a
Max Shield Improvement und Max Cooldown. Aber das ist halt ultra lame to play, würde ich sagen. Ich hab 5 Gold. Und nochmal 5 Gold. Rage. Ja, hör mal auf jetzt.
We have learned as much as never falter.
No one knows.
Never falter.
Dieses, das ist so widespread beim Brand, ist auch so eine unnötige Änderung. Keine Ahnung, warum man das machen musste. Hit mir oder was? Knock up. Nee.
Treasures of the ages on sale now.
Never fear change. Focus. My spirit is an unquenchable fire. Latvian only. Peace.
Ja, aber ich kann Headshot dienen, Symbol. Aber wo gerade die Range nicht angezeigt von dem Headshot-Shit.
Never falter. Focus. Gaia not free. As Ionia changes, so
Brauchst du das komische Tank-Item oder was? Ja, hinter den letzten Spell, glaube ich.
the answer lies.
Wenn es wie Welle blau ist. Oh!
Shut down.
Weit geflogen. Naja. Nicht.
We must all make our choices.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double
Ich laufe halt auch in den Dagger rein. Oh mein Gott.
kill. Shut down.
Vollkommen illegale.
Never again will I Gaia. Peace. As expected. Never falter. Focus. Latvian only.
Ich will verdient für den Buschschutz zu checken.
Latvian only.
Shut down.
Never falter. Heart and mind as one.
Ashes and dust.
Gaia not
Bildschirm.
now we prove our never falter. The answer lies within.
Ich habe ewig Tower Akku, aber nicht gebraucht. Oh, lauf ich nach unten. Not gut.
Ace. Never again. Never fall. We must all.
Alter, warum haben wir
Never falter. Brilliant, my spirit is unquenchable. Focus forever. Never falter. Focus. Lock me out on you. Never fear death. Peace. Focus as I lead. So
Ach, er flasht halt einfach ein, der versucht sich mal zu hitten.
to conquer one shut down. Double kill. Shut down.
Rough, ne?
Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret. I have seen two paths. Nothing but the and there's another between. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. The answer lies within. Never falter. We must all.
Komm ich echt nicht ran für den einen Pimmel Auto-Tech.
Never again will I. Challenge what you know.
Oh Mann.
Never falter. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
könnte. Hm.
An enemy has been slain.
Ja. Hübscher dabei war immer noch, oder? Ich brenne einfach immer noch. Der Schrei, Alter.
Never falter.
Du überlebst, ne? Ah ja. Sorry. Ich bin im Sack und sagt er sich, Nein, jetzt muss ich mein letztes
fucking channel away because your feelings got hurt. So hopefully it's not just Dumpy that you're doing this for. But I do want to mention that second paragraph where he talks about, like, Dumpy's grind and how he's, like, proud of it, happy to see it, and, you know, wishing him nothing but the best in it. To me, that just reads very insincere and phony. That seems like very corporate PR speak, because his whole grind and everything you had a huge issue with because it was at your expense. So why are you going to pretend like you actually really appreciate it and admire it? Like, just be honest. Like, it just doesn't seem honest at all. There's no reason to put up a facade. You can just be like, bro, your videos fucking hurt my feelings. I overreacted. Yeah, is what it is. I'm releasing it now. I see this as a big fuck up, a big blunder. And that'd be a lot more respectable than trying to put on this, like...
Zwischenraum gekriegt. Hat irgendwas zwischen den Zehen stecken. Rind mit Glasnudeln und Gemüse. Was? Nein, das ist kein Rahmen. Nee, das ist ohne Suppe, ohne Soße. Du isst das nur mit ganz wenig Fischsoße. Ja, das ist nur mit Fischsoße und Limettensaft. Das Beste, was es gibt beim Thailänder. Mal essen. Bunbo Nembo oder Bunbo Nemtron. Das ist ja keine Suppe. Ja, das, um ehrlich, es gibt das Gericht, das heißt dann nicht Bunbo, sondern irgendwas anderes, dann ist es hier diese Frühstückssuppe. Das ist im Grunde die Frühstückssuppe aus Thailand ohne Brühe. Was? Was ist scharf? Das Gericht? Da ist nur Fischsoße dran und Limette, das kann nicht scharf sein. Okay, wir haben Chilis als Gemüse bezeichnet. Nein, aber das sagt ja keiner unentschuldigt. Keiner sagt, ich esse jetzt Gemüse und schiebt sich 10 Chilis rein. Das ist ein Gewürz für mich. Nee, ist überhaupt nicht. Du kennst schon die Nudelsuppe, kennst schon, die immer zum Frühstück essen. Nicht? Die, wo so weihnachtlich riecht für uns Europäer. Weil da Anis und Ding. Weil da Anis drin ist. Die Suppe, der mag schon Zitronengras und Anis. Das ist dieser weihnachtliche Geruch. Es gibt diese ganz leichte Süße. Mit dem penetranten Geruch. Ja, aber weiß ich nicht, habt ihr einen Asiaten? Das könnt ihr euch bei jedem Asiaten essen, weil für die ist das ja so ein All-Day-Gericht, das kann eigentlich jeder. Pho heißt die Suppe. Und Bunbo heißt das ist die Variante. Aber die muss halt Fischsoße und Limette schmecken. Das ist eher das Problem bei dem Gericht.